March 22nd, 5:24 p.m. Wright and Co. offices.
Mystic Maya, sniffle, sniffle.
There, pals.
I can't take it anymore. Whee!
Look, it'll be alright. Everything may still work out.
Hmm?
The condition was that we had to get a not guilty verdict. And so far the kidnapper has kept his word and hasn't hurt Maya. And he won't because Mr. On Guard hasn't been given a guilty sentence yet. Cheer up, we don't have time to stand around crying, we have to get going. Yeah, I guess she would have had to put more effort in for the note.
You're right. Mystic Maya is in much more pain than I am.
Yes, that's right. So?
Hey, you guys. Glad I caught you, pal.
Mr. Scruffy Detective.
Oh boy, looks like the Detective Gumshoes has been dubbed Mr. Scruffy Detective in Pearl's book now.
It's just plain old Mr. Dick Gumshoes now, and I came to talk to you, pal.
Oh yeah, he was fired. But we're kind of busy right now. Gumshoes! So, what are you going to do from now on?
What do you mean, pal?
Well, you've been fired, right? So you have a new job lined up yet?
Oh, that... what am I supposed to do now, pal? I don't have anything coming in at all until my next payday.
What are you talking about? You don't have another payday.
I guess that means I'm just gonna have to work here at your place, pal.
Yeah, let's hire Gumshoes. Say what?
You'll be searching for things that'll prove Mr. On Guard's innocence all day, right?
Well, yeah.
So yeah, I'm going to help you, pal. I've got lots of experience investigating and watching over people's places. And I'm great at making really simple meals, pal. I'll take care of it all.
Come on, Mr. Nick, let Mr. Scruffy Detective take care of things.
Okay, by the way, what's your best dish?
Instant noodles, pal.
Why am I surrounded by people who only eat cheap, unhealthy foods? The killer is Smelzengo, our reptilian friend. Anyways, I just had to look at something.
That was the first time I've ever seen Mr. Edgeworth act like that. Never thought he'd say something like, he didn't care if Miss Andrews killed herself.
He said that? That's horrible.
Were you not in the courtroom?
But because of him doing that, we got the truth finally.
The truth? Miss Andrews' last testimony, I wonder if that was the truth. I'll give you that there was nothing strange in her testimony itself. But I still think there's something fundamentally wrong with the whole thing.
You mean about that thing, pal?
Why would she want to... No, I mean, almost need to frame Mr. On Guard. I couldn't figure that out from anything else she said that day. Or all day.
Then you're saying that testimony was a lie?
Not a lie, per se. It just feels like there's more here than meets the eye. Oh yeah, that's right, I forgot Pearl was there through Mia. I'm stupid. Alright, that's what Edgeworth would like us to believe.
That's such a dirty trick. Even that woman prosecutor was better than that.
Franziska von Karma. Speaking of Miss von Karma, do you have any more information on her condition? Wasn't she shot this morning?
Franziska.
Miss von Karma was shot today on the day of on the way to the trial by a pistol, pal.
Well, she's going to be fine, alright? I mean, Edgeworth said she was in stable condition, but...
Well, she was shot in the shoulder, so she's okay and still hanging in there. They should be done taking the bullet out, so she's probably resting at the hospital.
Which one?
What? Are you going to visit her, pal?
No. Well, I was kind of thinking about it.
Hey, you've actually got a heart, don't you? She looked like she was being tortured to death not being able to go to the trial today. So maybe it'd be good for her if you went to let her whip you for a bit, pal.
Let's go let her whip us, Mr. Nick.
Okay, hold on, Pearls. No, I'm definitely not going.
Let's see. The name of the hospital. Oh yeah, the Hottie Clinic.
That name sends a chill down my spine. Well, I guess it can't hurt to stop by and say hi. Send me to the clinic. Well, first we'll make our rounds. March 22nd, Detention Center. From what the guard told me, sounds like along with Mr. On Guard, Miss Andrews is also being detained here.
Then we should talk with them since we're here.
Yeah, but both of them are still in questioning.
And we don't have time to waste.
Yeah, visiting hours are almost over. Alright. Onward to the hospital. Or to the clinic. Is he here? March 22nd, Hottie Clinic reception. I never thought I'd ever come back to this place. Oh, I forgot the voice I gave him.
Yes, yeah. Are you here to visit a patient? Yes.
Hi. Wait a second, you're...
Yes, I'm the director, Hattie.
Why are you still here?
Yes, what is it? Yes, can I help you? Tell me, yes.
Director Hottie. Or, that's Edgeworth. Edgeworth?
Yes, I'm Director Hattie. Oh, you're the man from this morning. Yes, what is it?
Director Franziska von Karma.
You don't need to worry. Yes, she's in good hands. Because, you see, I'm personally taking care of her. Yes, me. Yes, that surgery. It went well.
You have my gratitude. Looks like Edgeworth doesn't know about this director and his secrets.
She looks so pitiful, absolutely terrified, yes. But I understand, yes, my opponent was a gun after all, yes. And when I snuck up on her real secret-like, she would scream really loud, yes.
I see.
Yeah, but she's really cute too. When I do that, she'd whip me with her whip. Boy, did I cry like a baby, yes, but I think I would get used to it, yes.
Go back to your room.
You don't mean, so mean, Miss Frisky Friska. But that's a good, okay, yes, it's time for my IV drops, yes.
And what are those tulips doing in your hands, Mr. Phoenix Wright?
I knew I shouldn't have come here. So, for someone who got shot and just came out of a hospital, you're still in uniform, I guess.
I was shot in front of the courthouse, in my right shoulder. But it's no big deal, this sort of thing happens all the time. I even had a full intentions of running the trial this morning. But that would have been too much for you.
There's no need to act tough in front of us, you know.
Regardless, I was dragged here by that man over there. He was so unyielding. One has to wonder if he was simply interested in stealing my case.
It was the only logical course of action given the bullet was still lodged in your shoulder. But by taking over the case, I found myself having to clean up after you and that irresponsible deal you made. I think I know what deal he's referring to. Miss Von Karma, you made a deal with Andrews yesterday, didn't you?
I don't know what you mean.
In order to make sure you got your guilty verdict on Mr. On Guard, you told Miss Andrews to not testify in court today.
I don't know what you're talking about. You have proof that I made such a deal.
You're denying it.
It looks like you were lucky, Mr. Phoenix Wright. If I had been in court today, this trial would already be over.
All while hiding Miss Andrews' own crime.
That isn't my problem, whether she had tampered with the evidence or not. I have only one objective, to find and guard guilty of murder. The end justifies the means, Mr. Phoenix Wright. The end justifies the means.
Miss Von Karma, Adrian Andrews believed you when you said, if you don't tell the truth of what really happened, then Engard would be found guilty.
And what does that have to do with me?
Because of that, she is now in danger of being found guilty herself. All because she believed in your words until the very end.
That still has nothing to do with me. She's just a weak person, that's all.
But you had to know she was.
Ow! I think visiting hours here are about over. So if you'll excuse me...
That guy in the back looks like Steve from Minecraft.
What's wrong? Why did she suddenly cut you off?
Probably because she thinks I had the advantage in that argument. Edgeworth? Like, tell me this guy doesn't look like Steve. Get that man a pickaxe and some diamond armor. Alright, Edgeworth. What happened today at the trial, Edgeworth? That was not like you at all. I mean, I know you knew about Miss Andrews' condition. You could have made her testify as many times as you wanted, but to go that far... Yeah, but she wouldn't testify about that until I said something. Listen, Wright. The courtroom is a garden of judgment. I am putting myself on the line when I stand in there, and that's why I made the witness do the same. It's only natural. Yeah, that's a fair point. By the way, Edgeworth, you were really angry in court today. That's rare for you. Witness, that card, give it to me, hurry! Do you have any idea what you've stupidly yet inadvertently done? I can't believe you hid this from me all this time.
I mean, technically she didn't hide it. She was spinning it the whole court session.
That card, what in the world is it? You mean this? Listen, Wright. This is top secret information you absolutely cannot leak. The Special Investigations Team has existed for a number of years, but few know of it.
I understand.
Their task is to find the owner of this card. A man called Shelly the Killer. And just as his name states, he is a killer, an assassin, the best at that.
An assassin? Oh boy, the plot thickens. Was placed next to the victim at the time of the murder. Miss Andrews was carrying it. So who is this Shelly the Killer?
The Killer is the name of a long-standing line of assassins.
Long-standing?
The name first appeared about 100 years ago, I hear. Shelly is the professional name of the third heir to the Killer name.
So because his professional name is Shelly, he leaves cards with a shell on them.
He has a habit of making sure to leave a card by the body of the victim.
Why would he do something like that?
We think it is part of the duty of his clients.
His duty?
If he leaves a card, then his client can be assured it was he who killed the victim. It also serves as insurance against any charges being pushed onto his client.
I see.
The Killer values the trust between his clients and himself above all else. It seems that this is one honorable assassin with moral conscience.
I guess that even honorable assassins can exist. So you think this assassin, you think he's the one who did the killing in this case?
It would appear that way. The discovery of the card basically confirmed it, when you agree.
Shelly the Killer, huh?
Maya's situation. I noticed something at the trial today. You were behaving in a very strange manner. Is something the matter?
I guess I should just tell him. Maya, she's been kidnapped.
Kidnapped? What does the kidnapper want?
An acquittal.
I see, I had no idea. I'll prepare a rescue team as soon as possible and resolve this by tomorrow.
Really? Did you hear that, Mr. Nick? Mr. Edgeworth is going to. Stop trying to console me, Edgeworth. I don't need your pity. Mr. Nick? There's no way you can find her. We don't even have a single lead to go on. There's only one way to save her. I have to get an acquittal somehow. It's the only way.
Right, listen. You need to know something. Juan Corrido was killed by Shelly the Killer. And the client who ordered the job is Mad on Guard, your own client.
Please stop. I can't listen to you. I can't believe that.
I see. Well, if you want to continue your investigation, you'll need this.
What is it?
The hotel right now is restricted to police personnel only, as we are looking for any clues that might lead us to Shelly the Killer. But if you take this with you to the hotel, I'm sure they will let you enter.
Whew! Received from Edgeworth allows bearer to freely investigate the crime scene.
In any case, I must attend the preparations for Maya's rescue team. We'll meet again if anything should happen. Now if you'll excuse me.
Steve! He's banned. Mr. Nick, do you think Mr. Ungard hired an assassin? No way. I mean, he doesn't have a psyche lock. Yeah, I guess not.
And then Pearl's psyche lock kicks in.
Maya. Please, I'll ask it. Okay, goodbye. Date unknown, time unknown, location unknown. We're still in here? I thought she escaped. I guess even kidnappers can be a little clumsy. Clumsy enough to drop a card like this for me. And even though he said he was an assassin, I bet he's just making that up. Like how Nick does with everything in court. Anyways, let's try out the card trick with this card I just found. Click. Sounds like I got the door open. Okay, time to take a look around. Date unknown, time unknown, location unknown. What? What is this place? I have a feeling I'm not in the hotel anymore. Oh, we've left Hotel Mario. Are those videos over there? Well, I'll worry about that later. For now, I should be looking for clues. That way I can show them to Sis and maybe get out of here. Oh, this man got a whole satellite dish. What is this thing? An antenna, I guess? And this is a VCR. There's sure a lot of electronic gadgets here. But what is an antenna doing here? This bear. That's weird. What's a figurine doing on a sofa? That's not a figurine, that's a stuffed animal. Doing on a sofa in a place like this. I think it's a bear. Oh, how cute. But it's got a lot of a lot of cuts and slits on it. I wonder if it's some kind of puzzle or something. Is that a dog door? There's a framed picture sitting on this coffee table. I think I know this one. There's a framed picture sitting on the coffee table. It's a picture of a woman. She's kind of pretty. Hey, looks like something's written here. Let's see. I think it says, "With love, Celeste." I bet this could be a clue. Don't worry, guys. Maya has all my evidence. Locked, of course. And it doesn't look like I can use the card to open this door. There's a little hole at the bottom of the door. If only I was a little skinnier, then maybe I'd be able to crawl through here.
No, this simply will not do. I cannot have you wandering around at will. Ah! It seems that your Mr. Wright is truly concerned about you.
He is?
For now, I would suggest you remain cooperative. If you cannot, there are ways in which I can help you.
Ways, you mean?
Dead men tell no tales, is how the saying goes, correct?
Dead?
I'm almost certain I told you on our first meeting I am an assassin.
No, wait, you're lying. I mean, an assassin?
People are not always who they appear to be. Because he's in a suit.
Nick!
March 22nd, 7:04 p.m. Hottie Clinic reception.
Mr. Nick.
Oh yes, Pearls. Got caught up in my thoughts about Maya's situation.
Mr. Edgeworth has left, you know.
I guess for now I have no choice but to believe in Mr. Engard. I don't think I should listen to his story one more time. Alright, let's get going too.
Okay.
He killed somebody and he was like, yeah, I'll take the satellite dish. How's Steve doing? His patient is undergoing rehabilitation.
Isn't that patient standing there in the same spot the last time you came to visit? Doesn't look like they've moved any closer to the reception desk, huh?
Is this clear? Well, wait, is this not the weirdo? And I was just cutting my monologue like that. I'm explaining things here.
Sorry, yes, sorry, yes, ma.
Yeah, the Corridor did have a bunch of bears. So that bear probably do belong to him. Oh, he's not in here. No Hottie. Hey, pal. So did I get the job or no? Alright, let's go talk to Matt on guard. March 22nd, Detention Center. Sorry, but visiting hours are over for today.
Aw.
I have too many questions. I need to ask. I'm sorry, but I'm Phoenix Wright, a lawyer for one of the... Mr. Wright, you say? Oh yeah, there's a message for you. A message? It's from Matt on guard. Oh, here you are.
What did he write? Is it something really important?
I don't know. Well, let's see what it has to say. To Mr. Lawyer Dude, I've got something really important to tell you. Why do I feel uneasy all of a sudden? Oh, Mr. Wright. So, actually, I have a favor to ask of you. I have this cat named Shoe. I didn't put out a lot of food when I left the house, so he's probably pretty hungry. You could drop by my house and feed Shoe for me, dude? My house is just a little ways down from the hotel, alright?
This is terrible. Let's hurry. We have to feed his cat. I'm sure poor Shoe's stomach is growling by now.
Yeah, I guess. Matt's note jammed into a pocket. Please feed my cat. My house is just a little ways down from the hotel. Client's request is a request. Guess I should go check upon his cat. Well, let's go feed his cat. Well, maybe not. March 22nd, Police Station Criminal Affairs.
Wow, everyone looks really busy with something or another.
They're probably strengthening the evidence for tomorrow's trial.
Hey, hurry up with that, will you? Pass the victims list around. You've got to be kidding me, there's over 100 people on here.
Mr. Nick, is Mr. Engard really that big and bad of a criminal?
Actually, Pearls, never mind. It sounds like they're working on a different case.
Yeah, we probably just have to go to the lobby. Send me to the lobby. March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel lobby.
Alright, Mr. Nick, let's go look for clues. We have to for Mystic Maya's sake.
You shall not pass.
Yep. Ah, Miss Oldbag.
Don't devalue my name and turn it into a gasp, you spiky-headed petrifogger. Because of you, I've been made to look like a bad guy again, although I did get a piece of gum from Edgy Boy, just as he promised. But something much more valuable. I wanted Edgy Poo's heart. I want it all for me. It's all your fault. You've awakened the wild beast inside of this fold bag. Ah! Miss Oldbag, keep your hands off me. This helmet is airtight. No air is getting in and no air is getting out.
Then why do you keep putting it on?
I don't think you can get me to move with silly questions. You're going to have to defeat me if you want to get by.
I'm not hearing this.
You're a million light years too early to be asking me questions, whippersnapper.
Looks like the only way I'm going to get any investigating done is to first do something about this kooky alien.
You're a million light years, okay.
Well, I'm gonna go to Matt's house. March 22nd in Guard Mansion living room. Yeah, sure is dark.
I'll go turn on the light.
What?
Wow, so this is what a star's house looks like. Must be nice to be rich.
Come on, Mr. Nick, let's find Shoo, the kitty cat. Shoo!
So I guess this is Shoo.
Oh, what a lovely cat. Hello, Shoo. Teehee.
The cat seems to like pearls. Pardon me.
Oh! May I help you with something, mister?
Oh, we're lawyers, actually. I'm Mr. Engard's lawyer.
The Masters? Then you must be Mr. Wright.
Yes.
Ah, it's a pleasure to meet your wonderful self. I am the family butler, John Doe.
Yeah? Is Shoo's on the evidence list? No. If Matt had a butler, then why do I have to come here to feed his cat? Nice to meet you. Must know all sorts of things about Mr. Engard, right?
Honestly, sir, I don't believe my master is capable of such a foul deed as murder.
And, anything else?
No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the master of his affairs.
So, typically butler-like, as it were. Mr. Doe, how long have you served at this residence?
Well, sir, I would like to have to say, maybe about 1 year.
And, anything else?
No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of himself and his affairs.
You know, I would have thought Mr. Engard, the kind to have a maid over a butler.
Exactly.
That's a very cute cat you've got there.
It is my duty to take care of him. The master rather fancy Shoo.
And, anything else?
No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the family cat.
Well then, I guess I don't need this piece of scrap paper anymore. Matt's note crumbled into a ball and thrown away.
Well, I'm afraid I must take my leave of you now.
Oh, we should probably get going ourselves.
Ah, so young and yet already so accomplished, a master of law.
But there's also a lot to be proud of in being a butler. In charge of a house and all.
Thank you for your compliment, sir. People are not always who they appear to be.
Yeah, I know, there's a man under that man.
Now, if you'll excuse me.
Alright. Nice motorcycle.
giant bicycle is flying through the air.
That bicycle Pearls is one where you don't have to pedal and it moves on its own.
Really? Wow.
Sorry to disappoint you, it can't fly.
Oh, that's too bad. Oh, there's a giant cooking heart there.
That's actually a fireplace.
How are they different, Mr. Nick?
You know, I've actually seen a hearth before. Come to think of it.
You should come and visit Fay Manor, and then I'll show you one when you do.
Oh, it's the door.
There's a small door at the bottom of this bigger door, Nick.
I bet that's for Mr. Unguard's cat to use.
Oh, you mean Shoe?
The door, it's locked tight. Well, I guess that's to keep nosy people like me from entering. Okay, so Maya's in Matt's house. Good to know, good to know. Now let's get out of here. Hey, you want to talk about the victim?
Emily the Light is too young to be talking to me, whippersnapper.
What do you think about this guy? Can we take a look at this?
Sorry, Sonny, I can't see it very well through this helmet.
Well, I have to get through you. Oh, wait. Maybe if I show her this letter I got from Edgeworth. Miss Oldbag. She would look at it.
What? You want me to look at this worthless piece of... Hedgy poo?
Is that her perfume pheromone Demore? I smell? Ugh.
Let's see here. Would you please allow this unsophisticated young person to conduct his investigation? Yours truly, Miles Edgeworth.
Yours truly?
That man's good at flattery. Fine, but only because Edgy Poo said so, you understand? I just thought of something I have to do. Remember, no messing around. You do anything bad and I won't let you off the hook. The hook, not cook.
Sorry.
It looks like she has strong feelings for Mr. Edgeworth.
Maybe. But you know, nothing's going to come of it.
That's so mean, Mr. Nick. Feelings are meant to be told and shared.
Ow. Every time we talk about love, I always end up with a handprint on my face somehow. Wait, how'd she reach my face? Aren't I like 6'7"? So anyways, let's continue our investigation. What now?
One little thing before I forgot. Forget. You can't go into Guard's room today.
Why?
The police main investigation team is going to be in there all day, you hear?
I wonder if they're the team in charge of investigating the killer.
So don't go in there. Set one foot in there and you'll face the wrath of Wendy Oldbag and her ray gun.
Revive me, bro. I have the ray gun. Please. It's pack-a-punched, and I have all the perks. Please revive me.
Well, anyways, let's get out of here. To Viola Hall. Wonder if Powers is still here.
It won't let me leave.
March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel, Viola Hall. Looks like we're the only ones here.
And yet, the hotel seems so busy somehow.
Probably because the police team is scouring for clues about the killer. March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel hallway. Brother, why are you here?
Oi, city boy!
Lada, you're still here.
Wrecking course. Investigative photographer eats or starves on her ability to snap up the scoop, yeah? This hotel just that aura of mystery. You know, like something always about to happen.
Can we, like... I'd be happy if she never showed up again.
Do you have a camera? Wreck given. Photographers gotta have cameras out of the ear like corn to be a real pro, you know? So I'm hanging around here. Speaking of cameras and feeding the mouth, do you have mine, you bread thief?
Why can't you drop that thief thing already? I want to ask you about the night of the murder.
What, you really want to? You really gonna shell out the bucks for the info I got?
Lada, you were loitering in this hallway the night of the murder, were you not?
Well, kinda, but...
Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes.
I didn't exactly hang around here the entire time, you know. Followed a few stars around. Got a few autographs, shook a few hands, had a soda pop with a few of them too.
Looks like she wasn't here the entire time that night.
The security lady also wasn't in the hallway the whole time either.
I guess this means there's no one who can tell us who came and went that night. About the note that was inside your camera case.
Whoa, that DD I wrote?
Yeah, can I believe what you've written?
I mean, the stuff about Ngar shoving his manager lady on the corridor.
Yeah.
Well, I reckon you best not be believing that.
What?
Look, I sort of wrote that on a whim, you know, writing whatever came to mind. Whatever came to mind? Yeah, when you get down to it, it's just a lot of random bull dooders. Hey, what's with you? Why are you staring at me like my grandpa used to? Hey, why do you look like you suddenly got older too? Or am I just shrinking here? What? Wow, my baby, my lost $1,600 baby. What's with that red-coated prosecutor anyhow? The guy told me it was evidence. He refused to give it back to me.
Well, that's kind of how it is.
Hey, you're that red coat's friend, aren't you? So put in a few good words for me and get it back. Give him back my camera.
You want me to do what?
Listen, nag the guy real good for about 5 hours, and I guarantee he'll give it back.
Why don't you do your own dirty work?
Well, I reckon it's time for me to get going. Tabloid photographer without a camera is just a tabloid, huh?
Yeah, I guess so.
Keep yourself together. Out there, you hear? I'm coming to see you in court tomorrow.
Okay, I'll see you then.
Well, you too there, little one. Keep up the good work, okay? Okay. Don't be picky about your food now. Okay. And make sure you do all your homework, you hear? Okay. And if you happen to find yourself...
Would you please just leave already?
Thank God.
Alright, well, I guess we go to Corda's room since we can't go to Matt on guards. See, now what we need is we just need Maya to be like... well, I guess that wouldn't really matter. March 22nd, Gatorwater Hotel Corridor's room. Unga, 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 bunga. Unga, 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 bunga.
Mr. Nick?
What is that otherworldly, ghastly moaning?
I hate evil ghosts.
I don't think it's a ghost. Maybe it's a demon.
Excuse me, watch what you're calling a demon, brat. Ah!
Thanks. It's the alien.
What are you calling an alien?
It's just you, Miss Oldbag. What are you doing here?
What is wrong with you youngins? With youngins today? I came down here to pay my respect to my poor Juan, and you're disturbing me.
What? Aren't you supposed to be keeping watch? Please talk to me about the night of the murder just one more time.
I talked about it plenty at the trial. I was fooled, tricked, deceived by the fraud of the photographer and a note. She was loitering around here with an imbecilic look on her face. With that imbecilic look on her face? Okay, got it. Now hold on a second there, you little pipsqueak. If you're going to take notes, at least make me sound better than that. Oh, alright.
Now I've got it. Now I've seen everything.
You know, I was working that night too, doing my job, minding my own business. So it's not like I had the time to waste standing around here the whole night.
I was wondering if you could tell me a bit more about Mr. Corda.
He was the most popular star, you know, especially where it counts in my...
And I heard that he was lagging behind in the polls against Mr. Engard.
Well, that's just a recent thing. Bad luck and all, you know. But he was outgoing. He was going to become an even better star than he used to be. Look, just look at the mountain of presents. It's a show of mountains of feelings all his fans had for him.
Yeah, the mountain is pretty big and certainly nothing to shake a stick at.
Mr. Nick.
What is it, Pearls?
Presents, they're all bears, right?
She's got a point. There isn't a single thing here that isn't a bear. I think starting the day mid-trial was not a good idea. I could feel my voice weakening.
This is not ideal.
Woo! All of Mr. Corda's presents from his fans seem to be bears.
All of that. Because you can't think of Juan without thinking about bears. Bears? Why bears? You don't know? When my dear Juan was training, he fought bare-handed with a bear. He refused to give in and let the bear win, but after the fight, they became friends. Wow, what a heartwarming story. Look, it's just in those young people's dramas. I can see those two tuckered out. Down by a river going, "Heh, you sure can fight. You too, Bub, you too."
Did all that really happen?
It's in his biography, Bub.
What a load of crock.
Ever since then, fans have been giving him bears as presents.
Yeah, nice. Bears.
I'm Uncle Bear, and I say it's barely 8 o'clock. Oh, don't tell me Engard's gonna have Psyche Locks. Don't tell me that.
What in the infernal racket?
It's one of those presents going off. Sounds like it's already 8 p.m. Way past your bedtime.
That startled me. I thought I was gonna die for a second.
8 p.m.? That's the time when the award ceremony ended that night, remember?
Time sure flies. Hard to believe it's been 2 days since the ceremony.
Beep beep beep. Beep 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 beep beep.
Okay, anyways. The transceiver.
Beep.
Hello, hello.
This is not a phone.
Oh, wait. Maya, how's Maya? You haven't heard her, have you?
It seems you are not able to fulfill your end of the bargain, Mr. Attorney. I have heard the news. So to see my present did you no good.
No, Mystic Maya, Mystic Maya!
One more day, please. I'll ask is for one more day. I'll get an guilty verdict for sure this time.
I suppose if I must. I need that acquittal more than anything else, after all.
Please let Maya say something. I want to hear her. Hear she's alright.
Alright, then. A little...
What is with the static all of a sudden? Hello? Hello?
It seems bad. Connect.
And the transceiver just suddenly break.
Excuse me.
Beep.
What happened?
I don't know. All of a sudden it became nothing but static.
Wee, Mr. Maya, Mr. Maya!
Why did the transceiver suddenly break like that? Should probably have an electronics expert look at it. Sooner the better. Let's get out of here. Is it Larry? Is Larry our electronics expert? No. Oh. March 22nd, Wright & Co. offices.
Hey, welcome back, pal. I thought I'd make you a little something for dinner.
That's nice, thanks.
A rich man's luxurious full-course meal out of a can, that is.
I'm sorry you went through all the trouble to cook, but I don't have time to eat.
Oops. Looks like you don't have a can opener, pal.
You gotta be kidding me. In here I thought he had already whipped something up.
Oh, I know. There's one way I know how to be helpful. Ask me about anything you want, pal. Go ahead.
Well, since he's here and offering, I wonder what I should try asking him about.
The transceiver?
Oh, Mr. Nick, you should ask Mr. Scruffy Detective about that thing.
What thing?
Oh yeah, this thing just up and broke all of a sudden.
It broke, pal.
When I was talking to the kidnapper, it just suddenly broke into static. Look, it sounded like this.
Beep. I don't hear any static, pal.
Huh?
Maybe it fixed itself.
That's strange. I'm sure it was making a loud static noise.
Maybe.
Maybe what?
Maybe it was Maybe it was electromagnetic interference, pal.
Electromagnetic interference. So what is electromagnetic interference?
It's something that happens when a radio waves get mixed up with another signal, pal.
Oh, when you put it that way.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
So, does that mean somebody else picked up half of the message? Is that what happened?
Like, for example, when a cell phone goes off next to a computer screen, the stuff on the screen gets kind of fuzzy and starts acting funny, right?
Huh? Computer? It's like when you use the dryer next to the TV and the screen starts looking weird. Oh wait, no, it's Phoenix.
Like when you use the dryer next to the TV and the screen starts looking weird.
Oh, yes! The TV does that! Oh, so that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, or Maya was screwing with the antenna. Seems amazingly happy at being able to understand this. So the room you were in when that interference... So the room you were in when that interference to the transceiver happened, there's gotta be something that's sending out very strong radio waves, pal. Something like... like a listening device or something. Ah. Hey, speaking of that, where were you when that happened?
We were in Mr. Corda's room, the scene of the murder.
What? That's it? I'm gonna sneak into the precinct and get a bug sweeper. I'll meet you at the crime scene later, alright, pal? Alright, wait, Gumshoes. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, baby, it's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Yeah.
We should be going too, Mr. Nick.
Alright, let's go. Break! I love Gumshoes, he's so funny. It's... March 22nd, Gagewater Hotel, Corda's hotel room. Hey, you're finally here, pal. I'm sorry to keep you waiting.
So you went to the precinct and then here. We just went straight here. How'd you get here before us?
Maybe he has a car.
You have the bug sweeper?
Well, you see, I got busted trying to sneak in, pal, then suddenly I'm staring at the precinct doors. From the outside, I mean. So yeah, I couldn't get one of the police bug sweepers. What do you mean you couldn't get one? We need that item. Hey, calm down, pal. Didn't say I didn't get one, just not the police's.
Wow, so this is a bug sweeper.
Yeah, he is physically inept. So Phoenix was probably just like jogging. It looks a little broken. Hey, this was made when I was in elementary school, pal. Oh? By who? Me, of course. Seeing this sure brings back memories. Hey, don't look down on me like that, pal. Sure, it looks a little beat up, but I put my heart and soul into building this puppy here.
Your heart and soul?
It'll work. Trust me, pal. It'll do the job. But you can't set the sensitivity. So it's going to beep at anything that gives off electromagnetic waves.
But isn't it better that way?
Well, anyway, since I brought it all this way, might as well give it a whirl, right, pal? I'm getting that sinking feeling again. Okay, now I'll tell you how to use it, baby, or use this baby. There's a listening device or some other sort of bug hidden in this room, pal.
So we're going to find it, right?
Right. Now, first let's turn the sweeper on. Next, move the sweeper around to give the room a real thorough look-see, pal. The sweeper will let you know how strong a signal it's picking up, so keep an eye on it, okay? Once you find something that's giving off a lot of radio waves, press enter to lock on onto it. There's a lot of things here that's going to give off radio waves, so let's take a good look at anything and everything that seems suspicious, pal. Alright, I'm going to stand outside and keep an eye out. Give me a yell if you find the bug, got it, pal? Ah.
Ah, what a lovely bear.
This must be one of those fancy bear-shaped toy robots. Our future overlords. Is what you?
It's a robot. It's a real robot.
Yeah, it's a real one. The noise, it's from the game.
Mr. Nick.
Yes?
How many horsepowers is it? How many horsies?
Horsies? Oh, look, it's a bear, so, Cell phone? No bugs in here.
A cell phone?
Oh, what? Don't tell me you don't know what a cell phone is.
I'm sorry, I've never seen one before.
Now that she mentions it. My cell phone couldn't get any reception while I was staying in Crane Village. And Pearls had never lived outside of that village, so... well, I guess I can't say it's impossible to live without one.
No, Phoenix, you start worrying when she's like, what's a VHS? Oh, it's the TV. We're going into the TV world.
I don't really think the listening device is in the TV of all places.
Looks like the TV was left on and it's now showing an old samurai movie.
Yeah, this channel plays all sorts of international movies, as well as domestic ones.
You know, every time I watch one of these old movies, I always think, wow, these Japanese stars are really good at English.
Yeah.
When I grow up, I want to study Japanese.
I should probably keep my mouth shut here and not destroy her dreams. Lamp check. Listening device, nope.
There's a lot of lamps in this room, aren't there, Mr. Nick? And they're all on. You shouldn't do that, Mr. Nick. Don't you know that's wasteful?
Yeah. Be more... I'll be more cognitive. Cognition from... I don't know the word I was trying to replace with it. The constant from now on, sorry. Lamp check. Listening device, nope. A lot of lamps in this room, yeah. They're all on. Cognizant. That's the word I was trying to say. Lamp check.
The radio. The radio's on and playing something. Oh, it's kids. Question corner.
Professor, why is the Earth round?
It's not. The Earth is flat. Yes. Why is it, Mr. Nick?
Why don't you listen to the radio program a little more, Pearls? Objection, Your Honor. The Earth is flat. Well, the listening device isn't in the air conditioner.
Yuck. The air filter is covered in dust and dirt.
Yeah.
Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's wash it.
I wonder if being a neat freak makes even the tiniest dust bunny look colossal.
What?
Ah, nothing. Oh, I didn't even check this side. Wait, why is this guy beeping?
What's this? It sort of looks like a hot water pot, but...
oh, well, it's kind of like a hot water pot, I guess. But instead of hot water, coffee comes out.
Really? This pot could do that? Is there a pot that orange juice comes out of?
I don't think there's anything like that, Pearls. Sorry. Not yet.
Oh, the water in this hot water pot has run out. I'll go get more water for it.
Okay, sounds good. Looks like she's forgotten all about looking for the listening device. Surely there's a listening device in one of the bears. Like, I feel like the devices are too obvious. Is it in Big Chungus over here? Oh! It isn't Big Chungus.
This is just a giant stuffed teddy bear, right? It's the biggest one I've ever seen.
Hey, so did you find it yet? The listening device, I mean.
No, not yet. But this bear's eye is...
Let's see. Perfectly normal stuffed bear with some really strong radio waves. Sounds like you found the device to me, pal. Let's dig this big fella's eye out and see what we've got.
No, you can't do that. Such a violent act.
Rip.
No!
It's a miniature camera, and it looks like there's more. There's a transmitter and a timer. What? Mitter? A transmitter, pal.
Oh, is this more of that high-tech stuff?
The camera. This tiny thing is a camera. Yep, it's a pinhole CCD camera, pal.
I didn't think Gumshoes was so like tech intelligent.
It's a small high-grade video camera, mostly used in security cameras. So it's a video camera. It runs on battery, which comes with it in a set. But there's no videotape in this camera. This is only the computer part, or the camera part here, pal. The tape recorder with the tape inside is somewhere else.
Somewhere else?
The footage is changed into radio waves and then it's sent to the recorder.
So it's sort of like a TV broadcast, isn't it?
Hey, you know, you're right. spy camera. So, what is this? What is a transmitter? It's a device that sends the footage the camera took to a specific destination. It's like a video version of a listening device, pal. It looks like it's attached to the small clock-like thing. Oh, that's a timer, pal. You can set it to turn the camera on and record at a certain time with it.
You can set it for a certain time.
Yep. Let's see, this looks like it was set to start at 8 p.m. and go for 1 hour. 8 p.m. That was the time of the award ceremony ended. There's no date set, so it's been recording every night, I guess.
Mr. Detective, how long has this bear been here?
I'm pretty sure it's been here since the night of the murder.
Then maybe.
Maybe this camera caught the murder on tape. What? And if you think about the angle of the bear's at, it's bound to have a clear shot of the whole crime, pal. Transmitter added to the court record.
So there was a camera in this bear's eye, and it was disguised as a present.
And I'm sure it was here at the night of the murder, pal. It's pretty big, so it stands out pretty well in my mind. But who gave Mr. Corda this present? I, don't know, pal. What? This means that someone out there's got a video of what happened here that night.
Isn't there any way we can prove or find out who that person is?
It's impossible, pal. Radio waves can be sent almost anywhere, so there's no real way to find out.
Oh.
Is there really no way to find out? Man, where's Emma when we need her? I got it. What? Hey, pal, let me borrow this mini camera for a bit. What are you going to do? I'm going to go around to the electronics shop and see if I can find out who bought this. But that's impossible. I mean, it's already 9 p.m. Leave it to me, pal. Even if I have to search all night, I'll find your man, pal. Oh, God. Spy camera and transmitter given to Detective Gumshoes. Oh yeah, baby, it's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Yeah. Yeah, we need the scientific investigator. You know, the person who brought the good mechanic.
He's gone.
Eh.
Mr. Scruffy Detective sure is a nice man. He's pushing himself so hard all for Mystic Maya's sake.
It's a mystery how you always manage to do things in the most inefficient way, right? You'll have to excuse me, I heard your conversation just now. Edgeworth, what are you doing here? The rescue team has been created and deployed. I can't say I'm optimistic, but we have to move forward one step at a time. I see, thanks. Don't thank me yet. We still have to find her. So, there was a spy camera hidden inside this stuffed animal, huh? You're one lucky man, right? Do you know the stuffed bear, little girl?
I have no idea.
Of course not. The marker on this bear is a very expensive luxury brand from overseas. It's completely handmade and only a small number of these are exported here. What? The camera and transmitter that Scatterbrain Detective took with him are dead ends. Things like those can be bought anywhere. However, this bear is different. By tracking how it got into this country, this bear can tell us who the buyer is.
Can you really do that, Mr. Nick? Can he really?
Well, I guess so. It's 9 p.m. I think I can still make it in time. I'll be taking this for... There's no way you're carrying that out of here. I just picture he just, like, picks it up with his 2 hands over his head and just runs out with it. I'll be taking this for now. I'm sure you have other things you have to do. Stuffed bear snatched up by Edgeworth. See you soon, Wright. Wait. What? Why are you doing this? I have no interest in explaining myself to someone who cannot comprehend. But besides that, Wright, until court reconvenes tomorrow, you should concern yourself with this question. Who was the person that murdered Juan Corda? The real killer? Do you really still think it was Adrian Andrews? To be honest, I don't know anymore. You still have a little time left. Find the truth, Wright. Everything begins with the truth. Juan Corda's real killer. Miss Andrews passed. The kidnapper whose sole condition is to acquittal for Mr. Engard. And this card, Shelly the Killer. Maya, the only one I can save, or the only one who can save you, the only way I can save you now, is to finally answer this case tonight. I don't understand what your real intentions are, Edgeworth. And as you said, all I can do for now is find the truth. Oh, God. Okay. Woo! Guys. As much as I would like to continue, I'm gonna have to stop. My throat is killing me. This is the worst my throat has felt playing this game. I don't think it was ready for the trial right off the bat. I don't really have much else I can fall to, I guess. So I might just have to stop early for today. Because I'm sure I can complete this next time, but I would like to complete it today. Is this the last trial? Am I about to enter the last trial? Is this a confirmation? Does anyone know? If this is the last trial, then I'll do it. But if this trial goes beyond anything else, then I might just stop here. That's the only confirmation I need. Because I'd prefer not have to come back to this one. But, yeah, if there's going to be more after this, then, then I don't know if my voice can take it. Well, because, yeah, if we're going to trial tomorrow... Hold on, let me just make sure we're going to trial. No. We're continuing. I can do it. March 22nd, 9:14 p.m., Gatewater Hotel, Corrida's hotel room. I'm just going to sit up a little better and see if that'll help.
It's past 9 p.m. already, isn't it? I wonder if Mr. Edgeworth has already found Mystic Maya.
These things take time. I'd say probably not. The police are professionals, Pearls. They'll find her, so don't worry. And if we can win if we can win a not guilty verdict tomorrow, then everything will be okay.
You're right.
It's time for gamer mode. Alright. So the real person who killed Mr. Corrida was...
That assassin, Mr. Shelley the Killer, right?
And the card Miss Andrews found at the scene of the crime. Or at the crime scene seems to be the proof of that. But if that's the case, then a new question comes to mind. Who was the one that hired the killer to begin with? Who is his client?
You mean, who asked for the murder?
That person didn't want to dirty their own hands in blood. But whoever this client is, they're still a killer. Killer in association. Also, it's like really hot.
Who could have hired the assassin? Do you think it was Mr. Andrews?
I wonder. But if she was the client, then why go through the effort to stab the knife into the corpse herself?
But if Miss Andrews wasn't the client, then no, it can't be.
Matt Engard himself? Question mark.
If Miss Engard really did hire the assassin,
then he is not innocent at all. Far from it. He'd be guilty of the crime.
But it can't be Mr. Engard, right? I mean, when we first talked to him.
Mr. Engard, I'd like you to ask you one more question. Did you kill Mr. Juan Corda? Alright, just so we're clear, dude. I didn't kill anyone, and that includes Juan Corda, okay? Tomorrow's the last trial? Alright, we're cooking. I didn't see any psyche locks at that time. Actually, that reminds me.
Did you remember something, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, something Miss Andrews said at the trial today. She said something interesting. that he's hiding something.
So what is this interesting thing?
Oh, that's right. You didn't hear it, did you, Pearls?
Juan had bet everything on the Jammin' Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought, anyway. It looks like, somehow, Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. Mr. Engard's secret? What is a secret?
Well, that's what we're gonna have to find out, I'm guessing, with the Psyche Lock business. I don't know yet. But for now, let's think about it this way. Mr. Cordes was going to reveal this secret. That means Mr. Engard had plenty of motive to have Mr. Cordes silenced. Which means we have to meet with Mr. Engard. There's no way around it. And we're out of here. Or not.
Wow, it's really getting late, isn't it, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, it's past 9 p.m. already. But we still have some things to prepare for tomorrow's trial. There's still the matter of this secret Mr. Corda held about Mr. Engard. And Miss Andrews' real intentions. These are two things I must know tonight.
But aren't visiting hours over at the detention center?
I'm sure we'll think of something. Don't you worry. Where'd Powers go? March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel. How many times we gotta teach you this lesson, old lady? Oh, and she's gone. Hey, wait!
What is it, whippersnapper? All I know is nothing that has anything to do with you is ever good. Like just now, I just handed this strange device for who knows what reason.
Or I was handed this device.
And I was told to use it to search the whole hotel.
That's the bug sweeper, isn't it? The one Gumshoe's made.
I don't know, and frankly, I don't care. But the request came from Edgy Poo, so...
Edgeworth?
And he said...
If you feel angry, direct your anger at that unsophisticated lawyer.
So I'm going to feel free to direct all my anger towards you.
Gee, thanks, a bundle. Edgeworth, what a pal you are.
This is absolutely top secret, so you'd better keep it to yourself. I heard they found a spy camera hidden in one of the presents.
Very interesting.
I'm sure it was, you know. It was to catch poor Juan in the middle of scandalous meetings. Scandalous? What's that? It means, well, you know, that gossip that's been going around about my dear Juan.
Oh, you mean that thing about Miss Andrews? I'm sure she must have had some reason for getting close to Mr. Corda.
I'll let you in on another secret, youngin'. I know who planted that spy camera. It was that obnoxious, puffy-haired photographer girl, the nerve of some people. Spying on people by herself as if I wouldn't want to see it for myself, too.
Ah, the alien accidentally admitted her true intentions for a change.
I don't know what you're thinking exactly, but I bet it's nothing good.
I didn't say anything.
So, you want to know about Juan and that manager, right? Actually, as I hear it, they were something of a refreshing pair, those two.
Huh?
I tell you, Juan really welcomed that manager with all open arms, I heard. The manager? Who are you talking about? You don't know? That manager woman Juan had. It's a shame. It's a shame she killed herself, though.
Now you're talking about Miss Celeste Impax. Miss Andrews' mentor, right?
Yes, that's the one. That Celeste girl. She was supposed to get married, you know.
Married? You mean to Mr. Corda?
Really, you young kids today don't know anything, do you? That girl Celeste killed herself 3 days after their marriage announcement.
3 days after their marriage announcement? What in the... Why do you just know all this?
Why would Miss Impax want to kill herself? She was going to get married. Well, that's because she was thrown away, you see, by Juan.
What?
But they were going to get married, right? They promised each other, right? They held a grand announcement session, but 3 days later, Juan suddenly canceled their marriage.
Is that true?
It was in the weekly magazine. But why? Why did he do that? That was not in the magazines, unfortunately.
I see.
That night, after Juan called off the wedding, that manager Celeste killed herself. How terrible. I wonder what happened between those two. Alright, well, thank you for your service, old bag. I'm out of here. I'd prefer not to have to do your voice anymore today. Gatewater Hotel. On that night, there must have been at least a few hundred people here. I guess the police are done with their questionings and investigation. Looks like things here in the lobby have finally calmed down.
Send me back, 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 send me back.
March 22nd, Wright and Co. Law Offices. It doesn't look like Mr. Scruffy Detective is here.
Well, he's out there with the camera asking around at the electronics stores.
Then I'll make some salad for him for dinner.
Looks like Pearls really appreciates what Gumshoe is doing for us.
Mr. Nick.
Yes?
Where's the lettuce?
I don't think I've ever bought lettuce before.
Oh, I guess I have to give up on making a salad then.
Guess the lack of lettuce is kind of a problem.
Okay. I have to revert from gamer mode. I'm hurting my back. Got it. Roll up my chair. Criminal Affairs. March 22nd, Police Station, Criminal Affairs. It feels sort of tense in here, doesn't it, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, I wonder if something happened. You're Mr. Engar's lawyer, right? Yes, sir. Well, we finally found just the person we've been looking for, a real decisive witness. A decisive witness? You mean for Engar's case? We're taking the witness statement right now. Gotta hand it to Mr. Edgeworth. What? Mr. Ed? What's Edgeworth up to now?
Who's the witness?
I think you know this person quite well, Mr. Lawyer.
Mr. Nick?
Between the kidnapper's demand and now this, I can't see any way to win here. Oh yeah, Mr. Edgeworth wanted me to tell you something. He did? Even though visiting hours are long over at the detention center, he wanted me to grant you special permission, so there you go.
What?
I've already called them, so they know. Go on. Go talk to your heart's content. Thank you very much.
This is such good news, Mr. Nick.
Go talk to your heart's content. Sounds like the police are pretty sure they have tomorrow's trial in the bag. March 22nd, Detention Center Visitors Room. I'm sure they must have transferred Miss Andrews here by now. So that means that both Mr. Engard and Miss Andrews are in this detention center. Now then, whose story do I want to hear? Dude, it's Mr. Wright. I hope you can get me out of the hook tomorrow. I'm counting on you. I hope so too. Edgeworth just dropped a bombshell on me by saying Juan Corda was killed by an assassin, and that the assassin's client is this man, Matt Engard. What's wrong? Mr. Engard, there's something I must know with 100% certainty. You seem kind of different. You're totally not your usual lawyer self. Alright, buddy. About the press conference. You mean the one where Juan was going to dress up as the samurai? Yeah. I know a little more about it from Miss Andrews.
It looks like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career and had it been revealed.
Could you please fill me in on what this secret is, please? Oh God, please tell me I have all the evidence.
Oh, there's 5 of them. Why is there 5?
I knew this was coming.
Mr. Nick, don't tell me.
Psyche locks. You said a secret, right? But I don't have any idea what it is. Do you, dude? Did you know about Mr. Corda and Miss Andrews' relationship? Well, it's all over the tabloids, dude. But I don't know any of the details. That's what you mean. Look, how many times do I have to tell you I don't care what Juan did with his life? Miss Andrews, Miss Andrews, she had a purpose in mind when she started seeing Mr. Corda. Her mentor was Mr. Corda's manager, and Miss Andrews was going to get Miss Celeste's impact suicide note from him. Celeste? Does that jog any memories? Dude, I suddenly got totally hungry. You up for a pizza? My treat. Yeah, I know you said five blocks.
Mr. Nick, what's a pizza? Is it a kind of pea, like green peas?
No, it's a pea that says za. Let's go eat one later, okay? Wait, she doesn't eat meat. I got cut off by the pizza dude at the shop. That's too bad. Well, how about we get our minds off the topic and talk about something else, okay? Mr. Engard, are you connected to the Miss Impact suicide in some way? Okay. So, I guess I have no way of knowing if I have all the evidence, but we're gonna just try it. We're gonna throw the noodles at the wall and see if they stick. Matt's secret. Now, let's hear what this secret of yours is. What if Miss Corda had been successful in his plan? What would he have disclosed? I told you before, dude, I don't know. I don't know anything about Juan, okay? Look, Mr. Wright, I can keep on saying it until I'm blue in the face, but I totally didn't pay Juan any attention the whole time that night. I mean, come on. I was in the middle of a nap. Don't lie to me. Huh? I know you paid close attention to Mr. Corda, especially on that night. Maybe I propose Juan, because he's his rival. I know you paid close attention to Mr. Corda, especially on that night. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Because they don't hit you with an "Are you sure about that?" We have the samurai. The Nickle Samurai is to confess something. That. Article about the tabloid. Map of the hotel. The guitar. The drink. Please tell me I have all the evidence. I know you paid close attention to Mr. Corda, especially on that night. It's because that was the Grand Prix. But I don't have any evidence that strictly proposes the Grand Prix. God dang it. Hit the wrong button. Take that! Maybe Old Bag has something? But I don't know what Old Bag would have. Well, his specifically says his rivals with Jam and Ninja. I'm Mr. Engard. Hold on a second, I'm gonna console my friend, okay? He said I should snort while I give a good laugh. Okay, here you go. Present Lotta? Lotta could work, I guess. I feel like that's a stretch, but... yeah. I'm dead. Can I get Juan out of here? Or not Juan. Can I get Buddy out of here and get the other one? Now then, whose story do I want to hear? Oh, it's you. I'm sorry to be visiting at such a late hour. There are a few questions I absolutely have to ask you tonight. Me? I
thought your client was Matt.
I'm sure Miss Andrews knows something. She can't be clueless about the secret Mr. Corda had on Mr. Engard. I'd like to ask you about Matt Engard, if you don't mind.
Mr. Wright, you still don't know, do you? The real him, I mean.
You seem to bear a lot of resentment towards Mr. Engard. If that's the case, then why did you become his manager? And why would you become intimate with his rival?
That has nothing to do with this case, nothing.
About Miss Celeste Impact.
I finally put her death behind me, and now, thanks to you, it's all come back to the surface.
I'm sorry.
Yes, I was shocked by her suicide, and it's true that when I heard the rumors that Juan was the one who had hidden her suicide note, I began to draw close to him. I wanted to get her suicide note back, and to burn it.
You wanted to burn it? But why?
I didn't want it to spread like another piece of gossip. But I never held any murderous intent towards Juan. I would never do something so stupid.
A suicide note, huh? I wonder what it said. Why did you try to frame Mr. Engard?
That's simple, because he's the killer, that's why. Isn't it the duty of every good citizen to inform the police? But there has to be another way. The police are excellent at doing their job, so they'd figure it out, right?
Or that's probably Phoenix, I think.
Yes, they're so good that they couldn't figure out the real truth behind Celeste's death. Miss Andrews?
Well, I know you're not the type of person to do something without a reason. So please, tell me why you did it.
Revenge. Huh? Did you say something just now?
Oh, God. Oh, thank you. A Psyche-Lock, huh?
Don't you understand yet? You're not my lawyer. To be honest, you're more like my enemy. But
I'm sure I just heard Miss Andrews say, revenge. Revenge for what? Alright, Miss Andrews. Show me what you've got.
it's time.
Why frame him? Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. Engard for the murder?
I've already told you countless times it's because I thought Matt was the killer.
No, that's not it. I know you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. Engard. Miss Andrews, you may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said revenge.
So you're saying I was taking my revenge out on Matt, and that's why? What an absurd idea. I don't have anything I want to take revenge for.
Miss Andrews, a woman who lives by being dependent on other people. There's something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge.
Take that! Celeste?
There's only one catalyst that could cause such strong feelings and even revenge. And that is Miss Impact's suicide.
What are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. On top of that, the one who hid her suicide note was also Juan. What does this all have to do with Matt?
You're right. You haven't mentioned him yet. But for you to hate Mr. Engard, it would mean that he must have had some relations to Miss Impacts and her suicide. Because Juan and Matt Engard were secretly going to get married together. Can you explain to me this relation between Celeste and Matt? Uh, 24? I don't think I have anything for this. Oops, didn't mean to hit that. I don't think I have anything that
ties Miss Impacts and On Guard together. So maybe I have to get... Maybe I have to get Matt back in here? Maybe he's got a new dialogue option? Thank God, dude, I know I asked you to be my lawyer and all, but I don't think I have to tell you everything and everything. What do you mean by that? It means I don't have to tell you anything and everything. Okay, well, he didn't say anything about her. Sure, we debuted at the same time, so that's why people were always comparing us. But I totally didn't care what people were saying because he wasn't even close, dude. I mean, I won every contest we ever had, hands down. I don't get it. Why would she want to frame me? I mean, I've never done anything to her, dude. Mr. Ankard sounds pretty sincere and he seems trustworthy. So I have to find out what Miss Andrews' real intentions are. You know this guy? About this person. He's your butler, Mr. Doe, right? We met him at your mansion. Oh, yeah, that's right. He's a pretty cool dude who can do lots of things. Takes real good care of me. Alright, well that was sus. That's... What do you think about yourself? Yeah, I'm such a handsome devil. Yeah. I'm way good at sports. Karate, tennis, judo, soccer, football, hockey, fencing. Dude, it's no wonder I'm so popular. Yeah. I'm also good at sitting in jail cells, Mr. Popular. Mr. Engage, no, you be my lawyer, but I don't have to tell you everything. Okay. He's keeping quiet. Kinda scared to show him this card. What's wrong, dude? So about this picture card. Have you ever seen this card before? Nope, never seen it before in my life, dude. I don't think he's lying. Or is he? And again, he looked like he gasped just now. Maybe I'm seeing things. So the key probably lies with both of these two. I'd like to imagine I don't have to leave. About this. Mr. Nick, you can't. Huh? Miss Andrews said she doesn't want anyone to know about that remember? What's that? This, nothing. It's nothing, really. Do I know the kidnapper's motive for getting on guard acquitted? Probably because Matt hired him. I don't know. I don't think I have anything for Matt here. Oh, what's happening here? Mr. Wright, you please have to help me. Uh-oh. Powers. Mr. Powers. What happened? Why are you here?
You see, I got roped into this somehow.
What?
And now I'm going to testify at tomorrow's trial.
The decisive witness is Mr. Powers.
I was talking with a detective until a while ago, and I was on my way home. When all of a sudden, you're under arrest, and I was brought back here.
Oh.
Yeah, he said my face and the whole self in general looked suspicious or something.
Well, I guess I can see how they thought you would look suspicious.
Yeah, I'm just a normal guy. On occasion, show some kids. Or on some exercise show for some kids. Is that a crime?
So about this testimony you're giving, what are you going to talk about?
I really don't know yet. But it sounds like I saw something pretty important from what they tell me.
You saw something important. What was it?
Well, the detective told me not to talk about it. You can't tell anyone, and especially not that lawyer, he said.
Who do you think is that lawyer the detective's talking about?
I'm gonna take a wild guess and say it's me.
Yeah, you got it.
Mr. Nick, Mystic Maya and myself are your only two allies in this whole world, but it's alright.
Ouch. I don't really have a lot of friends, do I? Well, she's not real, but we have Emma. She's my friend. Kind of.
This is going to do a lot of damage to Matt, you know? Because he's got that refreshing like a spring breeze image going.
What is he really like?
Well, let me see. Matt's always been kind of a player with women. He would never really turn a pretty face away, if you know what I mean. He'd always say it's just a game to justify himself.
So we get Pearl to become Mia, and then Mia asks him.
There you go.
What? How horrible. That's unforgivable.
Oh, sorry, didn't mean to offend you. But you know, he said once that there's only one person in the world who won't swoon over me.
One person who wouldn't swoon over him.
His manager, you know? It's Adrian Andrews.
Why is Mr. Power suddenly looking like looking kind of energetic?
You see, I'm actually a sucker for gossip. I mean, celebrities in their world have this dazzling sort of image, right?
Dazzling sort of image, but aren't you a part of that dazzle, Mr. Powers?
Oh, I'm more of a hairy, sweaty, smelly British kind of guy, you see. But it's okay, really. I get to hear plenty of gossip about a lot of other stars around me as things happen.
Well, that's true.
Oh, yeah. Did you hear about this yet? About Miss Andrews' mentor and her suicide?
I feel like my lack of a voice going right now is making it hard to voice Powers here. I mean, Miss Impacts.
We heard something about how her wedding was canceled.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm talking about. I thought about it a little, the other day about that mysterious death. Hey, Mr. Wright, why do you ask about that? Go on, go ahead.
The Powers has charged up, his skin is practically glowing with electricity.
So here you have, Celeste left a suicide note. And they say the one and went and hid it.
We heard about that in court today. There wasn't an actual proof that she had left that note.
Well, this is what I think. I think that something bad was written on that note. Something bad for Juan, that is.
Something bad for Mr. Corda.
Why do you figure?
Well, before she died, Celeste talked with a few of her friends. As she said, it looked like I got caught up with a truly insidious man.
Truly insidious man? Does she mean Mr. Corda by that?
Well, no one else that fits the bill, right? And that would be reason enough for him to hide the suicide note.
I see. Well, that's some good info, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Encard and Miss Andrews, they're both at the detention center right now. There's still things I don't understand. I have to get to the two of them to tell me everything.
I've been waiting for this.
Mr. Nick, your phone!
Hey, that's the Steel Samurai theme song, isn't it?
I don't like the sound of this ringtone right now. It sounds kind of ominous.
Yeah, I know. Beep.
Hello?
We're in trouble now, pal. I'll be back at the office really soon.
What's wrong?
Something really unexpected just happened. Mr. Edgeworth,
Edgeworth?
Anyways, hurry up and get back to the office. I don't know what's going on anymore. I know. Beep.
Hello? He got cut off.
What's going on, Mr. Nick?
Gumshoe said we need to go back to the office right away.
Then we should hurry back.
I'm scared to go back.
What are you talking about, Mr. Nick? Pull yourself together.
Maybe it'll be good news.
Somehow I doubt that. Great, now did Edgeworth get shot? Also, thank God I bailed off trying to get... I bailed trying to get those locks.
What took you so long, pal? Mr. Edgeworth couldn't stick around forever and had to go.
Well, what happened?
We got him. We know who bought that spy camera.
Eh? This quickly.
I thought he said the bear bought it.
And this bear's what gave them away, pal.
The bear?
I figured it out, pal. I figured that we should have been looking into the bear instead of the camera.
But wasn't it Mr. Edgeworth that figured?
Hush, Pearls. And go on.
There's only one person who bought one of those bears who related to this crime.
Who is it? Who would be so rude as to spy on another person in their room?
Matt on guard.
Huh?
Matt on guard. Your client. That's who, pal.
And here I thought things couldn't get any worse.
You know, I'm gonna say it. I think my client's guilty. Something tells me he's guilty. I don't know what it is, but something tells me this man's guilty.
Are you sure you heard right? That the person who bought this bear was...
I heard it from the department store clerk, pal. This is the credit card receipt for the purchase. It's for $3,800, pal. That's the exact match of the price of that stuffed bear.
The receipt? That's all you have?
Nah, it's not just the receipt, pal. The store clerk said so himself. He told me, I'm sure I sold the bear to Mr. On Guard. I mean, the clerk even got Mr. On Guard's autograph out of it, pal. So I'm sure the person that bought the stuffed bear was Mr. On Guard himself.
My sight is failing me. This can't be.
Credit card receipt added to the court record.
So, what about the spy camera we found?
That was a dead end, pal. I mean, you can get this kind of thing from anywhere. But for now, I guess I can give you these back for you to file away into evidence.
Spy camera, transmitter, and stuffed bear were filed into the court record.
I know you want to give up, pal.
I never thought. I didn't think it was possible. The person who put the spy camera in one corridor's room was Matt and Guard.
Why? Why would Mr. Guard do something like this?
I bet it's to catch Miss Andrews and Mr. Corda in one of their rendezvous.
I bet it's not good enough for me. I have to know the absolute truth behind this camera.
Are you going to see them? Mr. On Guard, I mean.
Yes.
I'm scared, Mr. Nick. I wonder what we will find out next.
I'm scared myself, but I have to put on a good face for Pearls. Matt on Guard, what in the world have you done?
Okay, so they're all separate. So that means Gumshoes took the bear from Edgeworth. He had to run down the street carrying it over his head. So I still don't have anything that connects Matt and Suicide Lady. Miss Celeste. I still have nothing that really connects those two together. And I don't remember what I was trying to prove against Matt. What's up, Powers? Oh, well, stuff's different here. You're working really late, you know. It's already past 10 p.m., dude. Yeah, and it looks like it's 4 in the morning or 4 in the afternoon. It's already past 10 p.m., dude.
I think it's time you told me the truth.
Relax, don't you know that ignorance is bliss? But if you really want to know, let's talk. So I can't get what's-her-face in here anymore? I don't remember what I was trying to prove with this guy. Oh, it was his connection in the thingy. Can I? Now let's hear what this secret of yours is. What if Mr. Corda had been successful in his plan? What would have been disclosed? I told you before, dude, I don't know. I don't know anything about Juan, okay? Look, Mr. Wright, I can keep on saying it until I'm blue in the face, but I totally didn't pay Juan attention the whole time that night. I mean, come on. I was in the middle of a nap. Don't lie to me. I know you paid close attention to Mr. Corda, especially on that night. Okay, because we have the camera. Someone used this camera to secretly film Mr. Corda's room the night of the murder. Secretly filmed? What? And then sent the image the camera took with this transmitter. Wow. But dude, where's this camera? Where was this camera? What you're talking about? Hidden? The spy camera was hidden in this bear's eye. A bear that was supposed to be a present from a fan. I guess Juan had a few of those kind of fans too, huh, dude? Actually, I wouldn't say his bear was a present from a fan. You sure, dude? Who else could it be from? The person who gave this bear to Mr. Corda was... Mr. On Guard, don't you know this bear from somewhere? I don't think I've ever met a Mr. Bear before, dude. Oh, but he says he knows you. How could you forget such a great friend? What else did the bear tell you? He says it's the one who put the camera... Jesus. Felt like something was crawling up my arm for a second. He says it's the one who put the camera in his eye was you, Mr. On Guard. If I didn't know how you work in court, I'd think it was some serious trouble. Come on, this is all a joke, right, dude? You're just pulling my leg. Looks like you're not ready to give up your secret yet. Well, do you have any proof you want to show me first? Here's the proof that it was you who put the camera inside the bear. Nope. I don't think I have any proof that connects him to it. So we need proof that he did it. An alien! Buzz, look, an alien! What, where? Maybe I'm crazy. But what evidence do I have that... Oh! March 22nd in Guard Mansion. Living room. Looks like no one's here. What happened to the person with the stuffed teddy face? Ah, she must mean that butler with the stitches in his face. Shoo! Oh, there you are. I guess you're still awake, huh, Shoo?
Feed me, human. I'm hungry.
Come on, let's play. I wonder if that butler, Mr. Doe, is already asleep or not. There's another door over there. You shouldn't go wandering over there, Mr. Nick. Yes, Pearls. I know how Maya feels when I tell her to stop playing around. There's a small door at the bottom of the bigger door, Nick. I bet it's for Mr. Engad's cat. Alright, nothing here.
Guard. What was he thinking?
He's setting the spy camera up in the victim's room.
Yeah, it was recording at the time of the murder too, pal. Would you find that just a tad bit suspicious? It doesn't sound like a coincidence to me. No, I mean, don't mind me, I didn't mean it that way, pal.
And what? In what way did you mean it?
you please take a look at this? I know it may not seem important to you. Well, if it's not important, then I'd rather be in bed. Don't get my 12 hours of beauty sleep, my skin's gonna wrinkle up like a prune dude.
You know, he's right, Mr. Nick. Your skin's kind of drying up here and there.
I swear, after this case over, I'm gonna get lots and lots of sleep. Think about this bear. What do you think about this? It's literally a receipt for you. The killer. The killer. Beep, beep, beep. Back to the lock again? The Magatama? I just needed a means to prove that he put the camera in the bear, but I don't really have anything that proves he put the camera... Oh, maybe the receipt. I'm stupid. The person who gave this bear to Mr. Corda was... you, forehead! Here's the proof that who put the camera in the thing. Is it the receipt? It was. I got it. I have here one credit card receipt, Mr. Engard. It's from when you bought that stuffed bear. All you can tell from this is that I spent $3,800. I got to that department store all the time, okay? This $3,800, this could be the toothbrush I bought that one time. $3,800 toothbrush. It's ivory, and it's got elephant hair for bristles. Ew, elephant hair. Is that what rich people use nowadays? Yeah, they also use poop in coffee. I learned that from Persona. Anyways, the store clerk clearly remembers you and your purchase. After all, you even gave him an autograph, did you not? Dude, you should have said that earlier. So can I ask you one thing? Yes? You're my lawyer, right, dude? So if you are, then why are you looking into stuff like that? Because if I don't know the truth, I can't help you. Sounds more like stupid lawyer talk to me. Hey, let's stop talking about this, okay? No, not yet. I haven't asked why you set the camera up yet. And what your secret is, of course. It will be strictly confidential. So what are you going to do now? I'm going to find out what I want to know, because I must. The reason you hid this camera in Mr. Corda's room and filmed it in secret is... Adrian Andrews. There's a rumor going around that Miss Andrews and Mr. Corda were having secret meetings. You, who is keeping tabs on Mr. Corda, you are going to reveal this as fact and turn it into a scandal, isn't that right? Dude, you could be such a moron. Huh? Oh man, Mr. Lawyer, dude, that kind of scandal. That's the good stuff. That's what we call in the industry juicy. The good stuff? Juicy? Look, we can get publicity without spending a penny with that kind of stuff. I mean, if people stop paying attention to us, then it'd be the end, dude. Too bad that wasn't your intention. What are you talking about? I wish your reason for spying was something so innocent. But it wasn't. You didn't spy on Mr. Corda because of Miss Andrews. Then there's only one reason I can think of for you to do such a thing. The real reason you set that camera in Mr. Corda's room was... The real reason. The real reason you... Try the card? Could be the card. It's a bit of a stretch.
from my perspective, I guess is how I should be saying these things. It seems a bit of a stretch in my perspective. Oh, wait, no, yeah. Because if Buddy called the assassin, he would want the confirmation that the deed was done. Because that's why the card's left there. It was the card. What's this card? Maybe he doesn't know about this card. This is a certain man's calling card. The man's name is Shelly the Killer, and I'm sure you know of him, don't you? Shelly the Killer? That's ridiculous. Why would I know some shady scumbag like that him? If you really don't know him, then why are you acting so jumpy all of a sudden? Why'd you call him shady? This is it. I'm finally starting to get to the truth. I can't afford to make any more mistakes now. Mr. Mattengard, I know why you know Mr. the Killer. It's because you're his client. Since you're the one who set up that camera, that means you knew exactly what was going to happen in that room. So, how would you know something like that? It's because you're his client, that's why. You hired Shelly the Killer to assassinate Mr. Juan Corda. The real mastermind behind this whole murder is you, Mattengage. Guard. I was trying to be a good boy for you, dude. I thought if you didn't know, you'd be able to do your job without feeling bad. Well, that's what I thought. Anyway, Mr. Engard, you really did hire. Hold on a sec, I'm gonna consult myself, okay? Yeah, that's a good point, me. Yeah, what do you think, me? You know, he's a little weird, me. Yeah, I think we should... Alright, I've got my answer. Consult myself? Well, I guess it's possible about time anyway. Probably about time anyway. Time for what? I think it's time for you to meet him now. Mr. Lawyer Dude. Yeah! What? Well, this was a turn of events I was not... Well, this isn't what I was expecting. How do you do, Mr. Lawyer? I'm Mattengard. On guard. Thank you for the help. Well done, Mr. Wright. I bet it wasn't easy to gather as much information as you. Where'd you get the glass? You really? So you are Shelly the Killer's client. You didn't really think I would dirty my own hands in this, did you? What do you mean? And that woman, Adrian was quite brave herself, trying to stick the crime on me. I didn't think she had it in her. But all I care about is that Juan is dead. Isn't that right, Mr. Lawyer? You're lying. What a terrible... It's way past your bedtime, little girl. Go on and let us grown-ups talk about more adult things. But why? Why'd you hide the video camera in? The weakling soon believes the words of others, just like that pathetic Adrian. You know about Miss Andrew's secret. But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. What? Oh, I regret this voice option I've picked. Come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. They turn their clients into cash cows. And by holding the sinful deed over their heads. And a superstar like me. How much do you think I'm worth? Care to guess? Yeah, he's evil. And what? Yes, that's where the video comes in. It's got his face in the crime scene recorded on it, preserved for all time. With that, I can keep him at bay, even blackmail him, if I want. That's right. The video's my insurance. Isn't that what they call it, Mr. Wright? Why would you do something so wrong? Why is Pearl, like, fronting the investigation? Because I'm a grown-up and I can. Good enough of an answer for you, little girl. Why? Why would you kill Mr. Corda? Also, this cop is, like, right here. Because he's about to sling so much dung into my beautiful public image. Scandals are a little annoying, aren't they? This is all because of that press conference, isn't it? If Mr. Korda had been able to give it, the Mr. Engard secret would have...
Ah, well, that's what they call taking advantage of the situation, you know? I had no interest in doing it, really, but bit by bit, it crept upon me. And then the situation just presented itself perfectly. How beautiful, I thought.
And that's how Mr. Korda ended up dead.
Let me tell you something. I'm not like Adrian. I don't depend on anyone. People are simply things to be used and thrown away. Put on a sweet, innocent face and people will swallow anything you feed them. Adrian fell for it. The assassin, too. No, and how can I forget? Even you fell for it, Mr. Lawyer. Everyone, all working their butts off for me. Matt on guard. Oh, did that leave you speechless? What a shame. What's wrong, Mr. Lawyer? You've grown awfully quiet.
How could I have been so deceived by you all this time? When we first met, I asked if you had killed Juan Korda, and you answered very clearly that you hadn't killed anyone.
Hey, now, I never told you any lies. The person who did the killing was the killer guy, right? All I'm guilty of is taking a cat nap in my room.
You killed Mr. Korda.
I dare you to say that in court tomorrow. But too bad. You can't. You're my lawyer after all, aren't you? You could always drop my case and refuse to represent me. How does that sound? Oh, but you can't, can you? That would be the one thing you absolutely can't do.
Mystic Maya.
You wouldn't want to test the killer. He's a man of his words, or so I hear. You could end up getting a certain friend of yours rubbed out if you lose.
You scoundrel.
So if I were you, Mr. Wright, Esquire, I think I would give it my all tomorrow. Remember, everyone likes a happy win-win resolution.
I'll get you for this.
That's just a cliche phrase. Juan said something just like that, if memory serves. Of course. Well, we all know how well things turned out for him, don't we? Good night, Mr. Lawyer.
Maya, what am I supposed to do? And now you finally found it.
Oh, it's Edgeworth. The starting line of this case.
Edgeworth?
I don't care for the horrid atmosphere here. Let's return to the precinct.
Oh, thank you for the time travel. March 22nd, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department.
Well, Wright, what are you going to do if you plan on changing your strategy?
No, we can't do that.
That's right, he's holding Maya hostage.
What? What should I do?
That's not something I can answer for you.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Right, only you can decide where to go from here. 1 year ago at that time, I didn't truly understand what a prosecutor was. And that is why I had to leave the prosecutor's office. I felt that I couldn't stand in a court of law until I knew what a prosecutor really was. And now, Wright, it's your turn.
My turn.
What is this thing called a lawyer? What can you do as one? You must find the answer and you must find it on your own.
Edgeworth, can we go to court? Can we just go? You know, I was going to stick it out, but I think I'm just going to hit the next to be continued. I'm a lawyer, but to fight for someone who is clearly a killer. Matt on guard, that man is really...
It doesn't matter who. Every person deserves a proper defense and a fair trial. Isn't that the basis of our judicial system?
Proper defense? Well, what exactly is... Is it where a lawyer forcibly and blindly gets an acquittal through shouting and trickery?
Ironic that you of all people should say such a thing. Isn't that exactly how you fought for your clients up until now?
Huh? Well, that may be true, but... Well, that's because I've believed my clients to be innocent from the very bottom of my heart. But if I were to get a guard and acquittal, that isn't a proper defense at all. I became a lawyer because I thought I could save people who were suffering and in pain. But when I look at this mess we're in, I can't even protect a person closest to me. Even if I win this case, I still lose in the end. I just don't know what to do.
Right. Would you get a hold of yourself?
You have it all wrong.
Huh?
We aren't some sort of heroes. We're only human, you and I. You want to save someone? That's something easier said than done, wouldn't you say?
That's...
You're a defense attorney. You can't run away from that. You can only fight. That's all you can do.
People like you and Francisca von Karma are always using all you have to pin me down. You fight to the very end. Even when you know the truth is not with you. But I'm not like you. I can't fight for a false verdict, for a man I clearly know to be guilty.
Francisca, she fights for herself. The only thing she fights for is a perfect win record, that's all.
And isn't that the same as you? Isn't that why you ran away a year ago? Because your precious win record was destroyed. You're so petty.
I see. Now I understand why you despise me. However, you're mistaken.
Why do you?
Thanks to you. When you sealed off my path to a perfect win record, I began to realize the error of my ways. I realized that things such as a perfect record were meaningless.
What?
I don't believe you. Are you saying that is why you left the prosecutor's office? Well, then why? Why are you here now?
The answer to that is something you'll find out on your own. I have faith you'll see it before the verdict is read tomorrow. But if you can't, then you'll be powerless to change the ending of the story.
Beep, 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 beep. Mr. Nick, the transceiver. Beep.
I'm sorry for what happened earlier. Now then, Mr. Attorney, do you wager you can obtain an acquittal tomorrow? My, what is the matter, Mr. Attorney? Don't sense your usual anger this time.
Tell me, please, why are you holding Maya hostage for Mr. Engarde's sake? Why are you doing this for that cold-blooded killer?
Right?
Please don't misunderstand things. He is my client.
Don't toy with me. A man who hires an assassin is just as much as a killer as himself.
I believe you are asking me for a reason as to why I am doing what I am.
Yeah.
What I like to call my aftercare.
What the heck is aftercare?
My name carries a certain amount of honor and dignity, Mr. Attorney. I take great care to ensure that no suspicion falls upon my clients for my handiwork. That is what is called client relations, and is part of the assassin's duty.
An assassin's duty?
We were unlucky this time, and my client was arrested as a suspect. As a result, I did what I had to do to enlist your expert help, Mr. Attorney. And to ensure that you would do everything in your power to the very end.
What is your name?
I believe I told you once before, however.
You did? But
my name is the Killer. Shelly the Killer!
You're Shelly the Killer?
Please keep in mind, you do not have much space to maneuver with me.
Okay, I can't keep doing the hand thing. As a killer, I always finish what I set out to do. If you fail to keep up your end of the bargain, it will be my duty as an assassin to set it as she receives a nice long nap. No. Now then, if you'll excuse me. If someone were to trace the signal back to me, it would be quite troublesome.
Mr. Maya!
I don't know what to say.
Edgeworth! Did you hear that? At the end of the transmission.
Huh? Oh, that. Sounded like a cat.
A cat?
It can't be. That cat can't. Can it?
What is it?
I think I know where Shelly the Killer is holding Maya hostage. Edgeworth, have all the police unite. Your units head for Engarde's mansion immediately.
Alright, you hurry over there as well.
Don't lose hope yet, Peros. The fight has only just begun.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't remember what's happening. I think
think we're about to raid the butler. If I remember correctly.
It's time to read.
Oh, March 22nd, on guard mansion, living room.
Please answer us, Mystic Maya.
We have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape. Assuming he's still in the area.
I can't believe it. That butler, all this time he was the killer?
He and on guard were working together all this time. I'm sure they had worked a contingency plan ahead of time.
And then we leave.
Well, that bear looks pretty sus if you ask me.
Oh, it's a figurine of a bear. But there are a lot of cuts in it for some reason.
A wooden bear-shaped figurine is covered in many thin cuts. That's wood?
A bear? Isn't that more of a thing, Mr. Accorda? Why would something like this be here?
Right, look down. There's a little pet door installed here. Oh, Pearl, go in there.
I'm sure that's for Shu.
You think that this came through the little door?
This door, it's locked.
Well, I'm pretty used to breaking doors down by now. Let's go, Edgeworth.
Oh.
Slam, slam, crash.
I guess he is good at...
There's no one here.
From the looks of this room, I would say this isn't guard's private lounge. Look at this, Wright.
An antenna for sending and receiving radio signals. And a VCR. Check inside the deck. If there's a tape, it would be an important piece of evidence. If we're lucky, it'll have the moment the crime was committed recorded on it.
I'm sorry, but I don't know how technology works. I don't even own a cell phone. The tape deck is empty. There's no tape to be found.
No.
But there's no mistake that someone used this to record something. It looks like someone took the tape we're looking for and escaped with it.
Yeah, probably the butler.
He was like, oh god, they're on to me.
Beep 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 beep.
It's a VCR and an antenna. The footage that the spy camera took at the scene of the crime was beamed here and recorded on the tape.
If only we had the tape, it would be really helpful.
Well, I thought they stole the antenna. It's like, oh yeah, I killed a man who was installing this antenna.
Dude, oh, oh.
We've searched all over, but it looks like he got away.
I'm sorry. It looks like he slipped out of our grasp this time.
And now we've lost our only lead.
Don't give up yet. That little girl is looking to you to be her pillar.
She's not little. Isn't she 18?
You're right.
We're close, I can tell. We've already set up checkpoints along every route leading out of this district. Leave the rest to us.
Maya.
What's this inconspicuous picture? Let me take a peek at that.
This looks like a picture of Miss Impax. With love, Celeste.
Miss Impax, you mean?
Yeah, Mr. Corda's former manager.
Why would a picture of Miss Impax be here in Mr. Angard's mansion?
Why does it say with love? This might be a clue.
Found at the Guard Mansion. With love.
Ah!
What's wrong, Pearls?
Please let me see that picture frame.
Huh? What's so special about the frame?
On the back, there's something written on the back of the frame. Maya. It's Mystic Maya. She left us a message.
A what?
I am being abducted. Please do not worry about me. I'm about to send a nuke off.
I thought you'd come. I knew you would. Now listen up. You better get in guard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag of not guilty, I'll never forgive you ever.
I'm fine, so you don't need to worry.
There's so much I want to write, but I don't think I have a lot of time.
Or space.
Pearly, you're there too, right? No.
Make sure you help Nick, okay? Someone's gotta watch out for the helpless lunk. I thought she said hunk. I was like, oh, okay. That's it for now. Oh, shit, I didn't even get to finish.
No! Mystic Maya! Wee!
Right. What's wrong? Why the blank stare?
Nothing.
We've searched the house and this is the last room. It looks like he eluded us.
Edgeworth?
Yeah?
As far as clues go, I think this is about all I'm going to get. I'm still short one last thing.
And what is that?
Thank God they reminded me of this.
Miss Andrews' Psyche Lock. I could just find out what secret she's holding. And I think I stand a chance in court tomorrow. To blow this case wide open and expose the truth.
Ding, 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 ding. I think I know what you're thinking. I'll contact the detention center.
Thanks, Edgeworth. Well, let's go, Pearls. It's time to open the last lock.
March 22nd, detention center. Oh, we're just here.
Good evening, Mr. Wright. What's wrong? You look ill.
Miss Andrews, I've come to remove your Psyche Lock.
Excuse me, what?
I want to know, and you will tell me. Your secrets.
Fine, go ahead. Try to break me if you can.
Oh, well, she pieced it together really quickly. Why frame Mr. Burns?
I present to you this Magatama. Isn't it cool? It's the color green. We like the color green around here, even though we're both wearing blue.
Why frame him?
Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. On Guard for murder?
I've already told you countless times. It's because I thought Matt was the killer.
No, that's not it. I know you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. On Guard. Miss Andrews, you may think I didn't hear it, and I know you said something earlier. You said revenge.
So you're saying I was taking my revenge out on Matt, and that's why? What an absurd idea. I don't have anything I want to take revenge for.
Miss Andrews, a woman who lives by being dependent on other people. There's something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge.
Oh, I figured since it was new evidence, it would be it.
What an absurd idea. There's something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge.
Would it be Buddy? No. Oh, brother, why'd we have to start with the Psyche Lock? There's something. Oh, okay, it was just the profile.
Celeste? Oh yeah, that's right, because we have to... That's why we couldn't proceed, because we had to link... We had to link Buddy with her.
There's only one catalyst that could have caused strong feelings and revenge. And that is Miss Impact's suicide.
What are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's... On top of that, the one who hit her suicide note was also Juan. What does all this have to do with Matt?
You're right. You haven't mentioned him yet. But for you to hate Mr. On Guard, it would mean that he must have had some relations to Miss Impact's and her suicide.
Could you explain to me this relationship?
Okay, now we use the picture.
Take that! Objection! Even though we said take that. This is a photo of Miss Impact's, correct? She looks younger than when she passed away, though.
W.
With love, Celeste. This is Miss Impact's handwriting, isn't it?
Where did you find this? No, that's all right. It was a rhetorical question.
Yeah, it is. I found this in Mr. Guard's mansion.
After all this time, my last remaining secret has been revealed. Were you Miss Impacts this whole time? Beep 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 beep.
Why frame him?
Celeste, she was supposed to get married to Juan.
Yeah, but I heard that it didn't work out.
Because Mr. Corida didn't want to get married to her anymore, right? Yes, because of Matt. Because of Mr. Engard, what do you mean?
I think I can see where this is going.
It's because Matt wants all the women.
Celeste, she was Matt's manager a long time ago. She was the happiest woman in the world at the time. I was working part-time back then, and after I often saw the two of them together.
So that's why. With love, Celeste. It's written on the frame of the picture.
They were a couple, weren't they? It wasn't anything as special or splendid as that. Celeste was being used, toyed with until she was thrown away. That's so horrible. Matt's entire image is built around how nice and wonderful of a man he is. A scandal would have destroyed that. Which is why Celeste, in her kindness, moved over to Worldwide Studios, and that is where she met Juan. She seemed really happy with him, even happier than when she was with Matt. Celeste and Juan were such a good match that they were even planning to get married. And then, it was suddenly called off. On the night Juan called their marriage off, Celeste, she killed herself. And that's why I framed Matt. It was revenge for Celeste and for myself.
Why the revenge? Well, we know why, but why?
I'm sure even you can guess why Juan called the wedding off, right? Matt confessed to Juan about his relationship with Celeste.
I see. So that's what happened.
But then why did Mr. Corda have to call off the wedding? I don't understand at all. It was probably because of his worthless male pride.
Oh, brother, the Vegeta showing.
Juan and Matt were always fierce rivals. Matt waited for the wedding announcement and then unleashed the truth on Juan. He was aiming for when it would hurt Juan the most. Poor Miss Impacts. That wasn't the end of it. That day, I'm almost certain that Celeste left a suicide note behind. And in that note, she left a detailed account of Matt's various misdeeds, and so that she would never again be hurt by Matt. She chose to die. Then, when Juan discovered her body, he hid her note. But, why would he do that? Because of his simpleton male pride. He wanted the rivalry to last, not be so... I don't know where I'm going with that. It's simple. Juan realized that note was a powerful weapon against Matt, and it would be especially damaging to his refreshing like a spring breeze image. In any case, with his pride hurt, Juan sought revenge.
Revenge? There's that word again.
Juan wanted to publicly disclose the contents of that suicide note at a time that would cause Matt the most damage. What is that outfit? That guy that was on the left. He was just in like a Speedo.
And that was the press conference after the stage show.
I know all about it because I heard it all from Juan. It was so I could find out about all this that I drew close to Juan to begin with. They're quite a pair of hideous monsters, aren't they? Even Celeste's death is something for them to use in their game. At night, when I found Juan's body, it was only natural that I thought the murderer was Matt. Those two were always spying on one another, after all. As for me, I was frantically searching for Celeste's suicide note. I wanted to destroy it before it ever went public. I was going to burn it. I had even brought the lighter.
It's a good thing you didn't leave that one behind, because then that would have thrown the case into a weird circle. Well, then how do you explain this lighter, Mr. Phoenix Wright?
I don't know, Your Honor.
But I couldn't find the suicide note, and that's when revenge crossed my mind. Yes, I was going to bring them to my own kind of cruel revenge. Celeste was killed by those two monsters, so when I stabbed Juan's body with that knife, I didn't feel a single shred of guilt. And that's all I have to say. Well, Mr. Wright, even knowing all this, are you still going to help that man?
I'm a lawyer.
I see. What a foul profession.
Thank you very much for your time, and for talking to me.
It was no big deal. I couldn't sleep anyways.
I can't sleep either. Not with my situation, with what I know now.
Oh. Well, had I just played a little longer last time, I would have gotten the to be continued. All it took was like 10 minutes. Oh, God. What?
How did I get into this mess?
Are they dreaming again? That's far enough. You can't run forever. Mr. Phoenix Wright? Is this Francisca?
No, it's the judge again.
What? What have I done wrong?
I cannot allow you to go on like this. I am the spirit in your head.
But I'm just a simple defense attorney.
Silence! You are no longer worthy of your title.
Ah! I've had this dream before. Someplace. Some time ago. Oh, today I'll stand in court as a lawyer. To prove a killer innocent. March 23rd, 9:43 a.m.
District Court Defendant Lobby number 3. Beep.
No, I should have let it play. This is Phoenix Wright. On guard. I'm gonna assume he's got his creepy voice?
You don't look so well, dude.
Oh, never mind, he's right there. You're gonna prove me not guilty today, right?
Beep.
Up there he is.
Ah ha ha. If you please, Mr. Lawyer. Remember, it's not just me. Your precious friend's life is in danger. Is riding on today's verdict too.
Now listen up. You'd better get in guard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime back and I'm not guilty, I'll never forgive you ever.
Hiya.
Phoenix.
Oh, sup, Mia. I wish you never show up again, but you know. Mia? Maya, how's Maya?
I don't know.
You don't know?
She hasn't tried to channel me since yesterday.
She's in cahoots with the butler. Mia, what? What am I supposed to do?
Well, like I said. For a lawyer, the worst of times are when you have to force your biggest smile.
What?
You can't give up. There's still some hope left.
Stop it, please. There's nothing left. Not here, not anywhere.
But in the song.
Ah, it's that accursed on guard again.
Beep.
Will you leave me alone? Look, don't call me anymore. I mean it.
Oh. You're really mean, pal.
Gumshoes. I'm really sorry. Where are you?
Let me join the investigation team and we're chasing after the killer, pal.
And you have some sort of lead?
Sorry, but right now we've got 0 leads on the guy. But we're not giving up.
Gumshoe?
Until the trial is over, until the verdict is handed down, we're going to do everything we can to find the killer. If we can get Maya out, then you can get on guard the guilty verdict he deserves, pal.
That's true. I could do that if they found Maya first.
You got that? So you have to do whatever you can to make the trial last longer.
I have to make the trial last longer.
If you can go at Mr. Edgeworth with everything you've got, then you two can draw it out.
Now I get it.
I believe in you, pal. You and Mr. Edgeworth can do it. So, believe in us. We're going to give it all we've got, just like you.
Got it. Thanks, Gumshoes.
Beep.
Hey, Phoenix. You understand now, don't you? You have something money will never be able to buy. Friendship.
Well,
it's the strongest weapon in the world, and you have it in abundance.
yeah. I've got friends at my side. Looks like we're coming to an end. I have to make the trial last as long as I can. Gumshoes will come through. I know it. March 23rd, 10 a.m. District Court, number 3.
Rabble.
Court is now in session for the trial of Matt on guard.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor.
Now, as I recall, we concluded yesterday's session with a big mystery on our hands. The mystery being what exactly was Miss Adrian Andrews' role in this murder. That is to say, is she really connected to the crime itself? Mr. Edgeworth, if you would please inform the court of today's proceedings.
Adrian Andrews. She forged evidence that threw suspicion onto Mr. On Guard. And then proceeded to escape the crime scene by wearing a Nickle Samurai costume. The guilt of these actions are those for which she cannot escape.
Then you're saying that she is guilty after all.
I'm not finished, Your Honor. Miss Andrews has nothing to do with committing the actual murder. I would like to direct the court's attention to this card.
What is that? It looks like a shell.
This is the calling card of a certain assassin.
Assassin, you say?
Yes, Juan Cordo was killed by a professional assassin, and the person who hired the assassin, his client so to speak, is Matt on guard.
What a surprising turn of events!
I would think it's become commonplace by now, Your Honor.
I know what's going on this time. So I know that everything Edgeworth has said is true. But we still have to hold out as long as we can. At least until Maya's safe and sound. I wonder how the trial will turn out today.
Now then, please call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth.
The prosecution calls the defendant's mentor, Mr. Will Powers, to the stand.
Never thought I'd be here.
Now then, witness, your name and occupation, please. Okay. I'm, Will Powers. I'm a poor, underpaid action star. What is your relation to the defense? Or to the defendant? Well, that's, I guess I'm sort of a lousy mentor to him in a way, yeah.
Mr. Powers, please, you don't need to put yourself down so much. Like, come on, man, have some self-respect.
Oh, sorry, well, I'm just kind of a nothing sort of guy. On the night of the murder, you visited the defendant's room. Is this correct? Yes.
I didn't know that.
Boy, you know, I didn't actually get to see Matt when I went in. All you need to do is answer what you're asked. Now then, I would like you to please testify about when you went to Mr. Unguard's room. Okay, sure.
The visit to Matt's room. So this is interesting, that we're just kind of trying to buy time.
After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his Nickle Samurai costume. He was talking with someone at first. I thought he was the bellboy. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. I had guests with me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me.
Nothing sounds out of place in Mr. Powers' testimony.
And talking with the bellboy is no big deal.
If one assumes that the person Mr. Unguard was speaking with was an ordinary bellboy.
Well, what are you implying?
Well, Mr. Wright, let's have your cross-examination, shall we?
Looks like we're in another sticky situation. A trap. Can't you smell it, Phoenix? But for us to find out more, we're just going to have to charge in head first, right?
What happened to Francisca? She got shot, we saw her in the hospital, and she just disappeared.
Hold it! The defendant's room? Why'd you go there?
Well, I'm his mentor, like a big brother, sort of, and I wanted to say congrats.
What's wrong? Why'd you stop?
Mr. Wright?
What is it?
You're going to try to trick me into a corner, aren't you?
Ah!
Yeah, I know I'm just a poor, underpaid action star, but I'm not the killer.
No one said you were the killer, Mr. Powers.
No, please, don't trick me. Every time you do your lawyer thing, the witness suddenly turns into the bad guy.
Every time.
Witness, I will personally talk to the defense at a later time. So for now, please kindly cooperate and continue with your testimony. Sorry.
So you went to the defendant's room, and then...
Hey, wait a minute. When and how did I suddenly turn into the bad guy here? You're not gonna trick me, are you? No, that comes later.
Are you sure that that was Matt on card?
Yeah, I'm sure he wasn't wearing the
Nickle Samurai mask, then.
If that's the case, then he really can't be mistaken.
And what was the defendant standing in front of his own room?
Oh, I'm missing health. He was talking with someone.
At first, he'd think it was the bellboy. At first? What do you mean by that?
Well, He was in a bellboyish uniform and he had a bottle of juice on a tray.
Sounds like an ordinary bellboy to me.
Yeah, but I didn't think he was a normal bellboy.
And why was that?
I didn't think that. Why did I think that, Mr. Wright?
How am I supposed to know?
Sorry, but I can't remember right now. Sorry.
I guess I'm going to have to wait patiently on this one.
It's because when he turned around, there were stitches going down his face.
You saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant, together, correct?
Yeah, the bellboy just wanted to say congrats.
Now, while you were watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange?
You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip.
A tip? Well, that's a perfectly normal thing to do.
How long did you watch the two of them? Not more than a minute or two, I think.
He gave him a tip. Who in their right mind would tip the waiters? So, who are these guests you're talking about?
You guys, of course. You and Maya and Little Pearl. I thought it would be really rude, since I invited you guys if I disappeared on you, so I went back to my seat pretty soon after seeing Matt in the hallway.
This is like squeezing water from a stone. It's probably pointless to press further. Do you remember this incident? Did Mr. Powers leave his seat that night? I don't remember that happening at all. Maya was making such a racket in her hyper state, I ended up focusing on her. I see. In any case, from his story, he probably wasn't gone for very long. Didn't he leave to use the bathroom? Somebody left to use the bathroom at the beginning. Oh god, what am I gonna do here? He was talking with someone at first. I thought it was a bellboy. I watched the two of them. We gave up and went back. I had guests with me, so I couldn't waste time. I mean, why would he lie? Why would Powers lie to me? Like, the testimony seems clear to me. Do I have any, like, times? Time of death, 8:15. Well, he didn't really give me any time, did he? I don't know, Edgeworth. Your witness here seems pretty clear-cut. I think you should bring in the next one. Well, they put a lot of, like, point on the bellboy. He was talking with someone at first. Thought it was the bellboy. First, what do you mean by that? I didn't think he was a normal bellboy, and why was that? Why did I think that, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? Hey, wait a second. Actually, Mr. Powers, only a few minutes ago you stated... Oh, it's new!
Yeah, you know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip.
Could it be that you felt something strange about the tip-giving incident itself? This is the first time they've ever had me call him out on something, call him out on another thing, and then it proceeds. Unless I'm stupid.
Yeah, that's it. You really know your job.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor.
This bellboy. He wasn't an ordinary one, was he?
Perhaps we should let the witness tell us.
Very well. Mr. Powers, please amend your testimony.
You mean about the bellboy, right?
Matt gave the bellboy a tip. So he gave the bellboy a tip. What's so strange about that?
Well, you see, Matt's not a poor penny pincher like me. I was trying to figure out how much it was because the tip really shocked me.
How much it was?
Boy, that's when something even more surprising happened. The bellboy was putting the tip he got in his pocket. That's when I got my first good look at the guy's face. I was really shocked. I'm afraid I don't follow at all.
Sounds like Mr. Powers was surprised twice by this event. I wonder which of those shocking moments I should ask about.
The bellboy's face.
What was so shocking about the bellboy's face, Mr. Powers?
Well, he wasn't exactly a boy. More like an old gramps. Ahem. I hope you know that discrimination towards old men is a no-no in my court.
You say that, but we literally had, Old Bag in here.
No, it's not what I meant at all. In the smack middle of the guy's face, there was a line of stitches. A line of stitches? Yeah, and it went straight from the tippy top of his head all the way to the bottom of his chin. Almost like that thread, or if that thread snapped, all the stuff in his head would come out spilling out.
Huh? He was there, at Guard's house. He was that butler.
What is it, Mr. Wright?
Nothing, Your Honor. So that means Guard was talking with the killer then. If that fact were to be exposed, Guard would be declared guilty in a blink.
Phoenix, you have to play dumb here. Pretend you don't know anything.
Yes, Chief.
You sure you don't have anything you would like to add say, Mr. Wright?
What did you say, Your Honor?
I don't like this game you're playing with me, Mr. Wright. I like it when you talk. I don't like when you don't talk. Nothing. Mr. Wright, nothing. We're just going around and around in circles. Now then, Mr. Powers, please continue with your testimony. What?
So, what am I supposed to be doing here exactly? I'm supposed to be buying time for Gumshoes to get the killer, or to save Maya. If I present anything, then it's just like, it doesn't make sense, because then I'm gonna further the. Maybe I just call him out on stuff again?
Saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant. Yes, the bellboy just wanted to say goodnight. Now while you're watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange? Well, you did something weird. I think it was because Mabel gave the bellboy a tip. A tip? Well, that's a perfectly normal thing to do.
How long did you watch the two of them? Not more than a minute.
Okay. See, because I called him out on something, and then I called him out on another thing again, it like, continued the text. Now I think I have to, like, call him out on stuff.
So who are these guests you were with? You don't have any friends?
Well, you guys are my friends.
He's got pointy ears. Do you remember the incident? Did Mr. Powers leave the seat that night?
I don't remember that happening at all. I was making some...
Are we gonna try to pin the blame on Powers? Is that what we're gonna try to do? Are we actually gonna try to pin this on Powers? That's messed up, if it is.
Are you sure that was Matt?
Yeah, sure it was Matt.
If that's the case, then he really can't be mistaken.
What was the defendant doing standing in front of his own room?
Okay, so I think I do have to present something here. What do I even have? What is there to present? He doesn't give a time, so I can't be like, well, you were gone during the time of the murder. So you could have done it.
Oh, why? You can't accuse me. I didn't do it.
You were in the bear suit. From the sounds of it, I can't really call out anything that has to do with... Give me a time, man. The only thing I can think to call out is him being gone in the autopsy report. But he doesn't give a time when he left. So it's like... I don't know. Well, I'm gonna give it a shot. This evidence clearly reveals the contradiction. It doesn't. Oh god, we're gonna be stumped here. I'd guess with me that night and I couldn't make them wait. Well, Mia specifically calls out when he left. Did Mr. Powers leave his seat that night? I don't remember. Maya was making such a racket in her hyper state, I ended up focusing on her. See, in any case, from his story, he probably wasn't gone very long. Oh, they've already thrown the trump card at me. I don't know what to do here. Like, I'm going to assume we're gonna have to, like, pin the blame on him somehow. Oh, what the heck? Why was there only 2? The defendant's room, why'd you go there?
Well, Miss Mentor is like a big brother.
Oh! Wait. Is this him being like, oh, you're not gonna try and trick me? Yeah, we're going to accuse you, buddy. You're the murderer.
Yeah, I know I'm just a poor bait actor, but like, come on, man. I'm not the killer.
No one said you were, Mr. Powers.
Oh, thank you.
Are they gonna say anything new? Every time, witness, I will personally talk to the defense later. No, because they specifically do this crap.
How did I end up being the bad guy?
I don't know. He seems good to me. You know, you're clear as day, buddy. So he says something about the tip. But then it's like, he was like, yeah, we can't say anything about it. Right? Right? So he gave the bellboy a tip. What's so strange? Well, you see, Matt's not a poor penny pincher. I was trying to figure out how much it was because the tip really shocked me. How much was it? Oh, wait, wasn't there another thing we could call out for this? It was like, oh, well, what was your reaction to his face? And it was just like, oh, well, you know, he had the stitches or whatever. Nah, nothing too much has gone by. I'm just beating my head against this wall, but I think I got it. I'm afraid I don't follow. It sounds like Mr. Powers is surprised twice. What about in Guard's tip? We were talking about the money. The defendant is a huge star. He can afford to give generous tips, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, well, sure. We're giving him that much was maybe a little too much, I think.
A little too much?
Would you please clarify for the court about how much would you say the defendant gave the bellboy? Yeah, honestly, I don't know. I can't even begin to guess.
And why is this?
Because he gave the bellboy a really, really fat roll of cash.
A roll of cash?
Ah, well. How interesting.
No, we're trying to prolong the trial. We're not trying to call out the guy.
That certainly was a very generous tip, wasn't it?
A very fat roll of cash that can hardly be called a tip, Your Honor.
The judge is beginning to look awfully suspicious of us. Oh, this trial's so, like, backwards. I don't... The trial's so backwards, dude. You know, I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. There's nothing I can really object to here. I mean, you could argue that the fat roll of money isn't really odd. The goal of the trial right now is to just buy time. That's what we're doing.
So supposing that roll of cash was not a tip, then what was it? Payment, Your Honor.
We're trying to waste time so Gumshoes can free Maya so we can get Matt on guard a guilty verdict without an issue.
Payment. Isn't it obvious? For the murder of Mr. Juan Corda.
Wait, the roles are kind of reversed here. Because usually... Because Edgeworth is the one trying to, like, pull everything out. And we're the ones trying to, like, you know, just clear cut everything.
Isn't it obvious? For the murder of Mr. Juan Corda. Then the bellboy the witness saw. Yes, he was the assassin. Hold your horses now, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't have any proof of this, do you? Have I ever been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honor? I have here the card of Shelly the Killer, left at the scene of the crime. Shelly? The Killer? He's the person the police's special investigation team has been chasing for ages. I am certain that the person the witness was, or saw, was this very assassin, Shelly the Killer. Really? What's wrong, Mr. Powers? No, nothing. Something just clicked in my head, and I think I figured something out. Oh? Actually, I saw that bellboy again later on that night. What? Mr. Powers, please testify. Tell us what you saw. Yes, sir, right away. The second time. This time I was in that hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. That's when the bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room. Of course, when I say room, I mean Juan Corda's room. Now that I think about it, the bellboy did seem kind of out of place. Yeah, so he had to be the assassin, I'm sure of it. Yeah, I mean... Thank you very much. This is all we need for now. Huh? But I'm not done. There's still more.
Yeah, we also saw the bellboy during the thing. Like, Phoenix himself saw him.
Let's first establish that the bellboy was truly Mr. the Killer. Then we shall see. So the bellboy came out of the victim's room. And if that bellboy really was that assassin, then I think the answer is fairly obvious. That would be correct, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Wright, I believe it's your turn to entertain and make us laugh.
This is no laughing matter.
Yeah, the killer came up, or the killer, not the killer. He came up and he talked to us because he was like, I don't remember what he said, but he said something. It was either, I think Maya had a phone call, I think is what he said. Okay, let's just call him out and everything.
And what time was that?
Yeah, well, you'll remember. The award ceremony ended around 8 p.m., right? And I went to Matt's room pretty soon after that, and then I came back. And then I went to the room, or the bathroom. So I guess maybe it was around 8:10 p.m. by that time?
You're not one for details, are you, Mr. Powers?
Sorry, no thoughts, head empty. I thought I could maybe catch Matt and say my congrats.
That's when that bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room. Did I save? Yeah, we're gonna save again, just in case.
Hold it!
Are you sure it was the same bellboy?
Yeah.
And how could you tell? All the bellboys wear the same uniform after all.
Yeah, but you see, well, he had those stitches in his face.
Ugh.
So I'm sure it's the same guy that was talking with Matt. So which room did the bellboy come out of?
He came out of Juan Corda's room. The victim's room, huh?
Yeah, the one with all the really pretty flowers and teddy bears. It was Juan Corda's room, alright.
Words cannot describe how screwed I am.
Let's continue with the testimony, shall we?
That bellboy did seem kinda sus.
So what exactly was out of place about him?
Right. Why the insipid grin?
Maybe because I have no idea what damaging thing he's going to say next.
Well, the bellboy was empty-handed.
Empty-handed?
That bellboy was one of those room service people, right? But he wasn't pushing a cart and he wasn't holding a tray either. You'd call that a little strange too, wouldn't you?
I agree, that is a bit strange, Mr. Powers. Is it really that unusual for a bellboy to be empty-handed? What should I do? Should I let Mr. Powers' testimony slide, or try to pull a fast one? There's nothing strange or unusual about an empty-handed bellboy.
Yeah, but there is, really is.
There really is. There really, really isn't.
If you two are done being school children, bellboys are for room service. There's no reason for them to be empty-handed ever. Your Honor, I ask that the witness' previous statement be supplanted with new one.
Edgeworth, are you going to do whatever you can to make the bellboy look suspicious?
I see, very well. This court recognizes and grants the prosecution's request. Mr. Powers, if you can amend your testimony, please.
Yes, sir.
Well, you know, it depends what the bellboy went in there for, you know? Because if they're meant to go for room service or something, you know, what kind of service was he providing? You know? Hold it!
So you're saying that it's suspicious for him to be empty-handed?
Yeah, really suspicious. Yeah, I mean, when I first saw that bellboy, he had tomato juice. He was holding a tray in his hand, and there was a bottle of juice and a wine glass on it.
Juice? What kind of juice was it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was tomato juice.
If we could come up with some sort of reasons as to why he would come out empty-handed, some sort of proof, then I think we can dodge the bullet on this one for now.
Proof, huh? Sounds like another job for the court records.
Well, we do have the tomato juice, or the wine glass. So he probably left the tray. But we'll call him out on the last thing real quick.
Yeah, so he had to be the assassin.
Please don't be so quick to judge.
Yeah, but it's kind of a Powers family thing. You think of every person as a thief.
Well, I guess a thief and an assassin are both sneaky and silent.
That's not the point, Phoenix. In any case, if that bellboy was the assassin, it would be very bad for us.
But he really is the assassin, you know.
Yes, but you can't give in yet. If you want to prolong this trial for as long as possible, you're going to have to pull some cheap tricks on this one.
He came out empty-handed.
But what if there was tomato juice in his room? Oh, it could be this, because we could be like, oh, the tray and the tomato juice is on the table. Aha!
Mr. Powers.
Yes?
You're easy influenced by other people's words, aren't you? As soon as you heard that the bellboy might have been the killer, you got caught up in believing it must be true.
Yeah, but isn't he really suspicious? He's got all those stitches and...
So? A baseball has stitches? Are you saying all baseballs are suspicious because they have stitches?
Yeah. Well, there's also, what about him being empty-handed?
I would like to ask the court to please take a look here.
All the baseballs are sus. They're sus of putting people to sleep.
This is the crime scene.
There's a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Corda's body. The liquid inside this glass is tomato juice. And now, if you would look at what is on top of the table in the lower right corner of here. Anyone can clearly see that it is a tray with a bottle of tomato juice on it. The bellboy had just brought this to Mr. Corda's room. He left the tray in his room, which is why he was empty-handed when he left.
Sure. But that would mean that the bellboy had seen and left a dead body in the room.
Ah, but can you prove that Mr. Corda was already dead at the time?
Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes?
I blame you for leading me down this route.
I'm terribly sorry.
What's with him? Why is he laughing?
Witness, isn't there one more thing you would like to share with us?
Is there?
The bellboy was empty-handed, or should I say empty-hand-dead. I recall you had something interesting to say about his hands.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot.
Wait, does he only have one hand? What's that?
That bellboy, he was wearing gloves.
Gloves.
Yeah, pitch black, leather ones. All the other bellboys don't wear gloves like that, right?
Black leather gloves. Why didn't you mention them earlier?
Sorry, it slipped my mind.
Ah, boy, does this make me the bellboy look really suspicious. Alright, gotta focus. I can't get lax here.
Wah.
So what if he had gloves? A lot of bellboys wear gloves.
Yeah, come on, Mr. Wright, that bellboy was wearing black leather ones.
So, a football is made of leather? Are you saying all footballs are suspicious because they are made of leather?
He really doubled down.
But that man, he received a large roll of cash from the defendant. Yeah, and all celebrities get fat stacks of cash. You think that makes them all sus?
And then he was then seen leaving the crime scene wearing black leather gloves. I don't think that even someone like myself can believe. He was just another bellboy.
It seems that we have finally come to an understanding. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony.
The rest?
Ah, yes. Please tell us more.
Okay.
Their second meeting.
After leaving Juan Corrida's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door just like that. He gave something to the person inside the room. Then the old guy just left without even going into the room. After that, I went to the bathroom and then back to my seat. I leaked the lizard, one would say.
So the bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, next went to the defendant's room. Yeah, I kinda saw that by accident.
Some accident? I'd say you saw too much. And all of it was suspicious to high heaven.
I think it's safe to say that we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. Now then, let's get started, shall we? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Their second meeting.
This guy's still in his suit. Which I guess he would want to be fancy for the court, but you know. Is that what you saw while you were busy spying?
Excuse me? Yeah, I may be poor, underpaid action star, but even I wouldn't stoop to spying. Well, I think the point is, where did you watch all of this from, Mr. Powers? Did you watch it from the closet? In the door of the bathroom with my left eye and a sort of sneaky spy-like.
I knew he was spying.
Please, does it really matter if he was doing it over or underhandedly? What did the bellboy do next? That's all I care for.
He gave us something to the person.
Or he gave something to the person.
Wow.
I said hold it.
Yeah, okay.
That's better. What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate and give us a few more details.
Yeah, okay.
Huh? I should probably ask him only one at a time. Ask about the person inside. So who took this something the bellboy handed?
Actually, I don't know.
What do you mean?
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. Only an arm.
And you're saying you didn't see the person's face?
Yeah. Well, it was Mr. Ungard's room, correct? So it could have only been Mr. Ungard himself, I'd say.
And then, what did the bellboy do after that?
Oh, so after he gave the person inside the room the thing...
Let's call him out on the other thing real quick. I said hold it! Don't you know who I am? Ask about this something. He gave something to the person.
Yeah.
And what was this something?
Yeah. If I remembered what it was, I wouldn't be calling it something, would I? But this implies that something was removed from the scene of the crime. Are you sure you really can't remember, Mr. Powers? Yeah, I think it was something kind of small.
I would like to summarize the testimony up to the point, if you don't mind. When the bellboy left the crime scene, he immediately went to the defendant's room. There he handed a small item of some sort to the person inside. And so the person who received the item, all you could see was the person's arm.
Yes, it was just like that. Mr. Edworth, is all this really important?
Of course, Your Honor. I think this is of the utmost importance.
He's literally just doing what I do.
This is when whatever was removed from this crime scene was handed over to the client.
Mr. Powers, please try to remember what it is that the bellboy handed off.
Well, let's see. I think it was... Oh,
If you remember, please add it to your testimony.
yes, sir.
If I saw it again,
I could say for sure, but I think it was some sort of wooden statue.
It was the bear. A statue.
Yeah, it was kind of looked like one, I guess. If I saw the actual thing again, I'd probably remember, you know?
Looks like for this trial to proceed, I'm gonna have to come up with whatever the statue thing is and show it to him. You're going to have to trust your instincts on this one. Take a chance. Now's your chance.
well, Mr. Powers, let's continue with your testimony. What did the bellboy do after that?
Objection! What was the point of your...
What? Who refers to a pause as a pregnant pause?
What was the point of that pregnant pause?
Where did that objection come from? Well, speak up.
It was me, Your Honor. What is it, Phoenix? I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen once I show this.
Mr. Wright, if you have something to say, please spit it out.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Phoenix, deep breath. Mr. Powers, there's something you saw. Was it this item?
Oh, hey, that's it. That's the thing. Wow, Mr. Wright, you really figured it out. I recall we found this at Madame Guard's mansion.
At the defendant's house?
Did I screw myself?
What does this mean?
It's simple, Your Honor. Shelley the Killer assassinated Juan Corda in his room, and then he stole this wooden bear from the scene of the crime.
Then the bear being found at Mr. Angard's mansion would mean...
It goes without saying, Your Honor. Mr. Madame Guard is the killer's client.
Order! I said order! Mr. Wright, this is a most unfortunate turn of events for you.
Yeah. Sorry, Mia. No, it's all right. Your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured the bear would come up. If not now, then it would have later on. Even if you hadn't shown it to the court, I'm sure your friend Edgeworth would have. I almost forgot that he knew about it too.
I think it's clear that there is no need for us to continue this trial.
I can't let this happen. I have to do something. It has to be something we've overlooked.
Your mom.
Your Honor, a minute. Please.
Yes, Mr. Wright.
There's still a few points left that we have not fully explored.
What are you trying to pull?
Oh, well, we can't have that. All right, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further?
The person who received the bear.
There was one thing in Mr. Power's testimony that was very unclear, and that is the identity of the person who received the bear.
He gave something to the person inside the room. Yeah, I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm.
As long as we don't know who it was that took the bear, we can't be sure of.
Yeah. What is it, Mr. Powers? If you're going to scream like that, at least give us a good reason why.
Yeah, oh yeah, sorry. Actually, so I remembered. I remembered who took the bear.
What?
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I only saw his arm, but the arm. It was the Nickle Samurai's arm, I swear.
Ah, yes. Unmistakably. How could you look at a robotic arm and be like, I don't know who that was? You've got to be kidding.
Are you sure of that, Mr. Powers? Yeah, I'm sure it was the Nickle Samurai.
Order! It looks like you've dug into your grave yet again.
How many times is that today? I've lost count.
So the person who took in this little bear was the Nickle Samurai. And as we all know, Madame Guard is the Nickle Samurai.
Thanks to the defense, we've made that all the clearer.
you supposed to do? Mia, help! You don't have time to act lost. You've got to find another angle to attack this from. Hurry.
Now I will bring this cross-examination.
Your Honor.
Again, Mr. Wright, we've already removed any and all questionable areas of this testimony.
It's about time you were removed from this court, Mr. Wright.
I have to find something. Even one more little pruning will do. Yeah, it could be Andrews. There are still questions left unanswered.
What are you trying to pull?
Oh? Well, we can't have that. Alright, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further?
Well, technically, if we're trying to... Because we're trying to buy time, and we're trying to make the point that the person wasn't murdered when the butler went in. But to say Andrews was in the costume would imply that the murder already happened. What questionable point would you like to explore further? The bear itself.
Boing.
I think it's fairly obvious that the bear itself is very questionable.
The bear? Mr. Wright.
This was found at Mr. Engard's mansion. However, Mr. Engard was arrested at the hotel that night. Which means that since the murder occurred, he has not had a chance to go home.
Oh.
I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. It is not possible that it is Mr. Engard who took this bear into his mansion.
Why? That's very true. We didn't consider that point, Mr. Wright. There was no way, time-wise, for the defendant to have taken this bear home.
Who? Has to have...
Foolish, Wright. You haven't gotten the best of me yet, Mr. Wright.
Huh?
I remember it clear as day. I remember what you muttered to yourself at Engard's mansion. We have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape.
I can't believe it. That butler. All this time, he was the killer.
The killer and Engard were working together, so to speak, and the killer was hiding at Engard mansion as its butler.
Oh, what? A bold move.
The bear figurine was brought back to Engard's mansion by the killer himself. When it looked like he was about to be arrested, Engard had him do so. I assume because it would have been bad had the police found it during their investigation. Well, Mr. Wright, you've been quiet for a while now.
This is too much. Isn't there anything I can attack at all?
I think we've heard enough. We know now that why this bear figurine was at the defendant's mansion, as well as who it was that received the bear from the assassin in his room. Everything has become clear. The client who hired the assassin to commit the murder was Mr. Matt Engard. I see no reason for this trial to continue, therefore I will now hand down my verdict.
Thank you, Your Honor, for your understanding. You see, Mr. Wright, you could not win against the truth, could you?
I knew it would turn out this way. After all, what Edgeworth has stated is the truth.
Any last objections, Mr. Wright?
Well, do I? What should I do?
Well, obviously, we raised the objection, because we gotta prolong the trial. I will now announce...
There is only one way for me to drag this trial out. The only thing I have left is this one dirty trick. Your Honor, right now, we have these two reasons to believe my client is the assassin's client. Reason 1, he accepted the bear figurine from the assassin. Reason number 2, that very same figurine was found at the Engard mansion. However, it's possible this is all the work of a certain person.
What are you saying?
What am I saying is, it's possible a different person is the killer's real client.
The real client?
Yes.
Tisk, is this all you have?
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. Who do you say is the killer's real client, and therefore the real murderer?
Andrews.
Adrian Andrews?
Yes, we already know that she tried to frame Matt Engard for the crime. By wearing a spare Nickle Samurai costume.
Yeah? And the Nickle Samurai's arm that I saw.
That could have very well been Miss Andrews.
But what about Mr. On Guard?
If you please recall yesterday's testimony, the defendant was taking a nap during the break period.
That's right. Then, finding this figure at Mr. On Guard's mansion.
It was a well-laid trap set by Miss Andrews.
Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion on this?
I can't even begin to count the flaws in the defense's logic. Besides which, there is no evidence to support it. However, I can't fully discount its possibility either.
What is with this trial?
Come on, anyway, I can't believe the defense would go so far as to pin the guilt on someone else. Yeah, unbelievable. It's not something petty, it's murder of all things.
This is to save Maya. This is to save Maya. Even if the world turns against me, this is one fight I can't give up on.
Order, order, order! All disruptive parties will be forced to leave the courtroom.
Your Honor, for the benefit of the defense, I'm willing to play along with this what-if game.
His what-if game, Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory. Mr. Wright, even if you must have thought it strange and wondered, why would the criminal want this little wooden bear?
He's right. The killer did specially bring that bear to on guard, right, anyway? Why do you ask? Is there something special about it?
Absolutely. And I'm sure that once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. Your Honor, the prosecution calls upon a witness who will clear any doubts against Miss Andrews.
And who would that be?
It's quite simple, Your Honor. Miss Adrian Andrews herself.
Come on, Gumshoes, for God's sake, hurry up and get back.
I see. Well then, the court will take a short 10-minute...
Oh, this is great. 10-minute recess?
The prosecution will prepare its witness in that time.
Yes, Your Honor.
What? March 23rd, 11:54 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby Number 3.
Yeah, I see it. I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage. Don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? But I never thought in your desperation you'd try to pin the guilt on Adrian.
I swear this demon will pay.
Mr. Nick.
The Pearls, where's Mia?
I don't know. A really strong power suddenly called her away.
A really strong power?
The phone.
Oh, Mr. Nick, your phone is...
It's from Gumshoe.
Beep.
How's it going? Have you been hanging in there, pal?
Yeah, sort of. We just barely found something to latch onto.
Ooh, that's good, pal.
And what about you? Anything yet? Have you figured out where the killer and Maya are?
We still don't have any leads, but...
What? We don't have any more time.
If we just had one, even a single clue would be really helpful.
I was only able to come this far because I kept thinking to myself, I've got to keep the trial going until Maya's been rescued. But have I just run out of luck this time? It's all I hope for not.
A tent.
Huh? A tent?
Oh no.
No. I could see a circus tent.
Oh. Wait. No!
Mia? It looks like Maya was unconscious until just a few minutes ago. As soon as she woke up, she called for me. So is it Maya that called you away? She's locked in a dusty little room right now. But I could see a circus tent outside the window about 300 feet away. Gumshoe! Is there a circus in town right now?
There's only one, pal. The very big circus. No!
Maya's somewhere within a 300 feet radius of the main tent.
What? Okay, hold on a sec, pal. Hey, draw a circle on that map. About 300 radius from the main tent, hurry.
And I can see a mailbox under the window just outside.
Gumshoe.
There's a mailbox.
Huh? Okay, what else?
What else, Mia? I'm sorry, it was a very small window. I couldn't see anything else. It felt like I was in an old office building. Maybe the 3rd floor or so.
I heard her. An old office building. Good stuff, pal. Okay, just hang in there. Just a little longer, pal. Wish us luck.
Good luck.
I'll call you later, so don't let your battery die, okay, pal? Beep.
Maya's not hurt, right? She's in a pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's being starved. She is. Please hurry.
Looks like we're out of time. Are you alright, Phoenix? That was 10 minutes.
It's only a matter of time before Maya's rescued. I can do this. I just have to make this trial last a little longer.
Deet, 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 deet. March 23rd, 12:05 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Why did the circus have to come back? Court will now reconvene. The killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this to his client. From this, one obvious question arises: why this particular item? I believe the answer to that question will provide us with the name of the real culprit. Now then, the prosecution calls the defendant's manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand. Currently, the witness is accused of tampering and obstruction of justice. However, you've been called to the witness stand today to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder. I understand.
Very good. Now, have you ever seen this bear before, Miss Andrews?
Of course I have.
You have seen it before. That's right. It's only natural that the witness has. Miss Andrews, could you please enlighten the court to this bear's secret?
Alright.
Aye. Why does she...
I swear to God, if the clown shows up, he's like, "Objection, everybody! How's it going? Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. At its center is a small cavity, with just enough room to store a small item. I bet the suicide note's in there. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. You really can't tell that it's a small jewelry box just by looking at it.
So this figurine, it's a container of sorts, is it?
Yes, it can be deceiving, wouldn't you agree?
Yes, this is superb craftsmanship. I should get one of these for my wife. Oh yes, I nearly forgot. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
It looks like there really was something to that bear after all. Man, why can't Pearl be on the stand with me? Why do we have to have Mia? Not like Pearl could like elaborate, but you know, moral support. So I don't have to look at Mia. This is an elaborate puzzle. Well, can you solve it? No. A puzzle? That's right.
But it looks like an ordinary... I can just picture the judge up there just like fiddling with it, trying to solve it. But it looks like an ordinary figurine.
True enough. People who don't know, I'm sure they would never guess that this was a puzzle. So what kind of puzzle is this exactly?
Hold it!
So you can take it apart, and how would one go about doing that?
Well, you first turn its tail to the right and then push it in.
Oh yes, I see. Oh yeah, he's up there fiddling with it.
After that, the arms and legs are free to move and can be removed.
Oh! This is almost interesting.
Oh boy, and his new toy. It's like he's 5 all over again.
Oh, don't mind me. Go ahead and carry on.
I think he's lost it.
So what do you find after you take the puzzle apart?
Mr. Judge, you know that's evidence, right? You're tampering with the evidence. Shut up, I'm trying to figure out the Rubik's Cube.
That's not a Rubik's Cube, Your Honor.
And how do you know about this?
I know because I was the one who bought it.
Huh?
It was a souvenir from when a friend and I went to Switzerland.
Then this was a present from you.
That's right. It was a puzzle in the shape of a bear, so I thought it would be perfect for Juan.
So it was a present from Miss Andrews.
Witness, let's continue with your testimony.
Because of its complexity, you wouldn't know.
So who exactly knew how to solve this puzzle?
Only the two of us, Juan and myself. It was a souvenir from Switzerland, so I doubt there are many with the same bear in this country.
This looks like it can be easily broken, especially if someone wanted to get what's inside.
Well, it's a toy, but it can never be the same again once it's been broken. Not with that attitude. Hold it!
Who else knows this bear is actually a small container or a jewelry box?
I never told anyone. And as long as Juan never told anyone either, then only the two of us knew.
And the two of you, huh? Then of course that means Mr. On Guard didn't know, right? I think this is about all I'm gonna get for now. A wooden puzzle with a hollow inside. Only Corda and Andrews know how to open it.
Foolish Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, I think even you come to realize.
Eh?
That there is only one very important fact we have uncovered, and that is, this bear is actually a jewelry box. Now that we have agreed to this point, there is only one logical question that can come next, and that is, what is inside this box?
What's inside?
That's right. That's what we are going to find out next. Witness,
Yes.
you are the only one who can open this. Please.
Wait, no, let the judge have his fun. Don't take his fun away. There's a painful silence hanging over the courtroom. All eyes are on Miss Andrews. Now, I think it said now she solves the puzzle. Something with a bear.
Click.
I've opened it. Is this what you wanted?
What is that? It looks like a note.
I don't think we need to guess at what this is, do we, Mr. Wright? It's the suicide note.
I was right.
A suicide note?
The suicide note left by Juan Corda's former manager, Celeste Impact. Until now, no one knew of its whereabouts, but just as we suspected, it was hidden. Hidden by the victim, Juan Corda himself. It seems Celeste Impacts had very beautiful handwriting, and she just as beautifully signed her own name on this document. This is most definitely the note she left right before she committed suicide.
Order! Witness! Did you know about this?
Yes, I did. I heard all about it from Juan. When I discovered his body, I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public, but I couldn't find it anywhere.
Because it had already been taken by the killer.
Everything is going at Mr. Edgeworth's pace. So now that the suicide note has been found, what's the next logical question?
What is written on the note?
That's right. At least, that's what I would think.
Now then, I believe it only appropriate to the contents of this note be made known.
I can't stop you, can I? I went through so much just to get my hands on it, and I was going to burn it for her sake.
I'm deeply sorry, but I can't allow you to persuade me to stop. Your Honor, if you could please read the contents of the note aloud.
Very well.
The judge's voice rang loud and clear through the deathly silent courtroom. In her note, Celeste Impacts left us a record of all of that happened to her, about being used and then thrown away by Engard, about being engaged to Corda and Engard's role in destroying that, about how she decided in her despair to end it all. But I wanted to read it as the judge.
And that's all Miss Impact had to say.
There's one thing I would like to say here. The prosecution has no interest in slandering Mr. Ungard.
Then what?
Our intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for murder. Isn't that correct, witness?
Yes. On the night of the murder, Juan was going to make the contents of the note public. After the post-ceremony show, he was going to hold a press conference.
My word.
Man Ungard values above all else is refreshing like a spring breeze image, which is why he had to stop this note from being made public. At any cost.
Found inside the figurine, it tells of Engard's horrible misdeeds.
It's Engard's fault that the woman killed herself.
That's terrible. What a selfish person. I guess there was a slimeball lawyer out there who will defend these creeps too. My reputation.
There's no room for doubt here. Mr. the Killer's client's goal was to obtain this suicide note, and the only person who needed this note that badly is the defendant. Let's not forget that the bear with the note inside was found at the defendant's house.
It seems that we have to come to the truth at last. The defendant's motives are entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy from anyone. He's not getting it from me.
How am I supposed to escape this one?
Why the hesitation, Phoenix? Gumshoes hasn't called yet, so you know what you must do.
I know. I have to carry on and buy him some more time. Okay. Two deadly pieces of evidence. The figurine and the suicide note. Maybe somehow I can find a way out of the situation through one of those.
The gavel's already in the judge's hand, Phoenix. Hurry.
The suicide note or the figurine. Which of these should I pursue?
Well, what do we get out of the note? We get a clear... We'll probably discuss it and be like, oh yeah, well the note's really just showcases this and that, but there's not really much else to talk about the bear. The note.
Objection! Please wait, Your Honor.
Oh man, look at that lawyer. He's still going at it. It's like he doesn't care when he's trying to get a killer off the hook.
I think Your Honor believes that Miss Managard killed in order to obtain this note.
Yes, that is correct.
That seems a little strange. In fact, I think there's a contradiction here. This note was hidden by Mr. Corda until the night of the murder. If that is the case, I say that Managard could not have known what was written in this note.
Oh, I didn't think of it that way.
Exactly, but I did think of it that way, and I thought it was rather strange. No one in their right mind would kill for a note without first knowing what it said.
Order, order! You make a valid point, Mr. Wright. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion?
It was just a flash, but I think I did it rather well on this one.
Unfortunately,
I think
he believes differently.
I believe a show of appreciation is in order.
Huh?
The defense seems to be in love with wishing more despair upon itself. I would like to direct the court's attention to this.
What is this?
It is a very small video camera, Your Honor. This type of camera is commonly used as a means of spying.
Spying? In this economy?
What the? I thought the spy camera was in my possession. Wait, did he pickpocket me? No, I still got it.
Managard and the victim both thought of the other as their biggest rival. They even went so far as to use this type of item to find each other's weaknesses.
And?
The victim, Juan Corrido, was being spied on. His personal life was being watched by none other than Managard.
Order, order! Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
You don't tell me you knew about your client's spying activities.
Oh, kind of.
Sort of is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright.
I see you're confused, Mr. Wright. You're probably thinking, but I have the camera that was in the stuffed bear's eyes. But this camera that I have is not that same one. Last night I searched the victim's house on a hunch, using this.
Gumshoe's bug sweeper.
By the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found on this camera.
Managard's fingerprints were on there.
Well, Phoenix, it looks like those cameras were hidden all over the place, huh? What am I supposed to say to that evidence?
I think this is the end. It's fairly obvious that Mr. Angard learned of the suicide note through this. He was watching the victim all along.
He got me good this time. I don't have anything to counter that. Hey, now what's with the lawyer, or what's that lawyer thinking? Mommy, is that the bad killer guy? Chef, stop, don't look at him. The way he's sweating is just so nasty. Phoenix?
Yes, Chief?
Have you figured out what you're going to do next yet?
What am I going to do next? Was running away like a frightened child work?
I know it seems like Mr. Edgeworth is very close to putting the lid on this case, but in his eagerness to prove his point, he forgot one very important thing.
Well, what is it, Mia?
There's a piece of evidence that he really should investigate.
Something he should investigate?
I really hate to see the good prosecutor get scolded.
So, we're just gonna buy time, and as soon as Mia gets here, we're gonna be like, yes, everything Edgeworth has said is true.
for not remembering to look into the item when he had the chance.
Why are you speaking in riddles all of a sudden?
Because we can't just give you the answer, Mr. Wright.
Alright, I think this time we finally understand everything. Well, Mr. Wright, you don't have any further objections, do you? There's this piece of evidence that Mia's talking about. I figure out what it is that still needs to be looked at. Or should I let it go? I have an objection, Your Honor.
That was about the weakest objection I've ever heard, Mr. Wright.
Your Honor, the defense has no intention of letting this go so easily. You're beginning to sound desperate. That's just your imagination, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, this is not like you at all.
Yeah?
In your eagerness to prove your point, you've forgotten one very important thing.
Hey, isn't that what I just said?
So you're telling me that I forgot something?
You're so close, Edgeworth. But there's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence.
Would it be the transmitter? I don't know. I didn't save. Uh-oh. Who, me? Oh, I guess I'm gonna go pick the wrong answer.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, I do believe some special examination is needed, but I think the item that should be examined is the defense's gray matter.
Oops.
Mr. Wright, after this trial is over, I'd like to see you in my chambers. Wait, hold on a second.
Did I really not save? I think I saved. Because the save's only like 2 minutes ago. I'll be fine.
I think there are a few things we need to discuss.
Yes, Your Honor.
If you're going to speak, at least use your brain to make up something intelligible. So, you're telling me that I forgot something?
You're so close, Mr. Edgeworth. There's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence. What did he overlook?
I don't... It's got to be something real specific or real obvious. I'm gonna say... I don't know. But there's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence. Well, I guess if we comb through it, definitely not the badge, not the Magatama, not the Nickle Samurai, not the press conference, not the radio transceiver question mark, not lighted camera, not the magazine, not the hotel, not the guitar case, not the wine, not the crime photo, not the ninja button, not the suicide. Oh, maybe some of these. Not the knife, not Lotta's picture. Maybe something new, or the bear. I keep looking at the bear. I mean, we can look at the note, I guess, but I'm sure that's gonna be wrong. Kind of want to pick the bear, but I don't think that's going to mean anything. I don't know.
That is Miss Back's suicide note, right?
Who knows?
I mean, sure, this suicide note was found inside this bear. But this bear was in my possession until only a few moments ago. Which means the handwriting on this suicide note has yet to be analyzed. Oh, so as to whether this pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Miss Impax or not, that has yet to be even remotely confirmed.
Mr. Wright, you can't seriously be...
Mr. Wright, are you saying the suicide note is fake?
Miss Andrews, you were the one who tried to pin the murder on Mr. On Guard. Who's to say you didn't create a fake suicide note and put it into this bear?
How dare you?
Your Honor, the defense is indiscriminately accusing the witness again. There's no evidence linking the witness to the suicide note whatsoever.
But if this was a fake, then the witness is the only person who could have made it.
What?
Recall the witness's testimony concerning this figure. The only person other than the victim who could have solved the puzzle is the witness herself. Miss Andrews, you wrote this note, didn't you? You wrote it so you could use it to frame Matt On Guard.
I didn't know such thing.
Right? If you're going to pronounce this suicide note a fake, then show this court some evidence to support your theory.
Mr. Edgeworth, you were the one who's presented this scrap of paper as evidence. That means the burden of the proof lies with you, the prosecution.
That's enough.
No, it's just getting good.
Mr. Edgeworth, can you confirm the handwriting on the suicide note?
It is as the defense has said, or stated. The handwriting has yet to be analyzed.
If that's the case, it seems that yet again we have reached a point where a verdict is impossible.
Impossible? That's impossible!
This isn't good, Phoenix.
The judge is going to carry this trial over one more day. I don't think Maya will physically be able to make it another day.
I didn't want to have to do this, but I don't have a choice. I request that both the prosecution and the defense further investigate.
Handwriting analysis, my butt. That's just a lawyer trying to buy more time. I think we've reached the end of the line.
Maya's gonna show up. Guilty, guilty, guilty,
Guilty, guilty, guilty, guilty, guilty, guilty.
Whose wretched ringtone is this?
Or what is that sound? It's Gumshoe.
Beep.
Hello, Gumshoe. What is with him? And what's with that sigh? Where's Maya? What happened to the killer?
He got away.
What?
I'm sorry, pal, I really am. I don't know what to say besides I'm sorry. I wish there was some way to make it up to you, I really do.
Anyway, what's going on?
We found his hideout, pal, but the two of them were already gone.
This is terrible.
I'm going to keep looking for them, pal. Don't you worry, I just need a little more time.
What?
Don't tell me we don't have any more time.
Guilty.
Guilty, 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 guilty.
You hear that? They're calling for his head.
Mr. Wright, I can't for us to come this far and... Oh,
What is it?
let me talk to Mr. Edgeworth.
I can't do that.
Mr. Wright, would you please get a hold of yourself?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm about to end today's proceedings. You may take your phone call after.
Hold on, Your Honor. Edgeworth, catch.
It was just a PNG of the whole square.
Mr. Edgeworth, please, you've got to buy us some more time. Court is in session. Beep.
Catch this.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, you were saying? Mr. Wright, this is a court of law.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but...
I am reluctant to do this, however. It appears that I have no choice but to suspend the proceedings until tomorrow.
This time, I really can't do anything.
Court is now adjourned for the day. Objection!
Huh? I like that his fingers fit perfectly in the little spikes.
Please wait, Your Honor.
Edgeworth.
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Phoenix, catch this. I'm going to request another 30 minutes of Your Honor's time. For what purpose?
I have a lovely date.
We can perform the necessary test on this piece of evidence in that time.
But can you really obtain your results in 30 minutes?
I believe we can, Your Honor.
But wouldn't it be better if we adjourn for today and then reconvene tomorrow?
30 minutes. Please, Your Honor, that's all I'm asking for.
Please, Your Honor. Very well. All you gotta do is ask. Geez, you didn't have to yell at me. At the prosecution's request, this court will now take a 30-minute recess. But be advised, that they will not allow another recess today. I'm not sure if this is helping or hurting us. The court will now take its final recess of the day.
March 23rd, 2:04 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 3. Imagine being the guy on trial, right? You're sitting there waiting for your defense to, like, make you guilty. He gets a phone call, and then he throws it to the prosecutor. It's like, what do you do with that? It's like, if you're innocent or guilty, it's just like, what the heck, dude? You colluding?
Right. Well, what's going on with Maya's situation?
The killer. It looks like he got away again. 30 minutes. We can't find her in that time.
Report. Ah, is that Mr. Edgeworth? We don't have time, just spit it out. Right. It looks like we just missed him, sir. But the killer left a few things behind by accident and has rushed to get away. A few things.
Can we use any of them as evidence?
I thought you'd ask, pal. I've got the thing he left with me right here, and now I'm on my way over, sir.
Really?
That's odd. Any items like that are usually sent to the crime lab first. We don't have time to wait for those guys, sir. When those guys weren't looking, I swiped the stuff and ran. What? Well, I'm not a detective anymore, so I had to. I'm really sorry, sir, but I've got to put the law on the hold for now.
Sounds bad. I hope he doesn't get in too much trouble over this.
With my hunk of junk car, I'd say I'll be there in about 20 minutes, sir. Don't worry, I'll be there. Wait for me. All right, just get here in one piece. I'm on a mission, and no one can stop me now, sir. Why do I hear an ambulance? Or why do I hear police sirens? I'm pulling out all the stops and running every red light.
Items left by the murderer, huh? Maybe there's something among them. That would be decisive enough to end this.
Did Gumshoes just crash through the building?
Hey, what's wrong, Detective Gumshoes? Answer me.
Oh, did he get in a crash?
No one can stop me. Beep, beep, beep.
What happened?
Sounded like he had an accident. I'm guessing his cell phone broke as well.
What was he thinking? We've got to hurry and call for help.
But we have no idea where he is. His cell phone is broken and he wasn't driving a patrol car, so no radio either. Also, if we don't get those items before they do, the police will take possession of them.
No, we can't let that happen.
Well, if there's a way we can find out where he is, then we stand a chance.
Why? Well, why did Gumshoes have to get into an accident now? Is there any way to find out exactly where he is at this moment?
There is a way.
That's right, there is a way.
What? How?
I'm sure we can find out where Detective Gumshoes is through this.
Would it be the transmitter? Maybe the radio transceiver?
Right, we're not in the middle of a mock trial here.
I guess this won't work, huh?
I guess it's up to me. Alright, I'll think of something on my end. Don't get your hopes up too high, but I'll try my best.
Did I say something wrong? Edgeworth,
What is it?
I don't have any right to judge anyone ever again. I know my client is guilty, but what I'm doing now, I'm pinning the guilt on someone totally innocent, and using the evidence to do so. It might be my turn to say, Defense Attorney Phoenix Wright chooses death.
Right? It doesn't suit someone like you to cry useless tears. Whether you did your job well or not, that can only be seen after the verdict has been decided.
The verdict?
Prosecution Edgeworth, ready? Or here?
Yes, bailiff.
There's a phone call for you, sir. They said it was extremely urgent.
They're probably finished with the handwriting analysis. I have to go take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what it is you must do.
I kind of view Phoenix Wright like Yakuza in a way. Cause like they're both serious like topics. Like, you know, court and well the Yakuza. But the game Yakuza is a goofy mess. And then this is like a goofy courtroom. But they can both be serious when they want to be. But they're funny just as they are. You know? Am I crazy? March 23rd, 2:35 p.m. District Courtroom number 3.
Court will now reconvene. Assume both sides are ready.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Why do you both look constipated? You had 30 minutes. You could have went to the bathroom and back. I can understand the defense acting like this. However, why do you also seem distraught, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's nothing, Your Honor.
What's wrong with Edgeworth? It looks like something unexpected just happened to him.
Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you could please tell the court the results of the handwriting analysis on Miss Impact's suicide note.
Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, we have discovered that this suicide note is a forgery.
What? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
This note was not written by Miss Impact herself. It is a fake.
Order! Mr. Edgeworth, would you care to explain what is going on? If this was not written by Miss Impacts, then who wrote it?
We would need more time to do a more detailed analysis, however. It appears that the handwriting matches that of the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida.
Mr. Corrida? Well, it looks like Miss Impacts never left a suicide note after all. She never wrote anything about on guard.
However, Your Honor, even though the suicide note is indeed a fake, Mr. Agard could not have known that, and so that facts remain unchanged. Acting under the assumption that it was real, he had plotted to possess it.
That does sound very plausible.
His theory that Agard has no idea that the suicide note was fake. God, I got 1 health point, man. Something seems a little wrong with it. Well, God, do I have evidence? I probably don't. Something seems a little wrong with it. The defense believes that the theory the prosecution has stated contradicts testimony. If everything the prosecution has proven up to this point is true, then it's impossible for Mr. Angard to know, or not have known, that it was a fake. The camera? Then it's impossible for Mr. Angard to not have known it was fake, because they were spying on each other.
What is this little item called again?
A video camera, Your Honor. Well, a very small one, but...
Oh, that's right, a camera! Oh, you kids and your fancy toys nowadays. Back in my day, we used to have to deal with puzzle bears, you know, like pull the piece out, turn this around, turn this, now, yeah, it's pretty cool. Mr. Edgeworth, earlier, you claimed that Mr. Angard knew of the existence of this note, because he was spying on the victim, isn't that right?
Huh?
If that were true, then this means Mr. Angard would have known that the victim had forged the note. So then, the defendant knew the suicide note was a fake. If that's true, then the situation has suddenly changed in a very dramatic way. Exactly, Your Honor. The prosecution's theory to what Mr. Angard's motives for murder was, it has suddenly disappeared into thin air.
But Your Honor, it's not as if Mr. Angard monitored Mr. Corrida's 24 hours a day. Perhaps the victim wrote the note in a place Mr. Angard didn't know of.
Well, right back at you, Mr. Edgeworth. Why don't you show us some proof as the victim made the forgery at an unknown place? Order, order, order! Mr. Edgeworth, it looks like this time it is you who has dug his own grave.
As I figured.
Huh? As you figured.
As I figured, it came down to this after all.
Mr. Edgeworth, you are not making any sense.
When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. The question is, what next?
What next?
If the prosecution can't prove Mr. Engard's motive through the evidence, then we must prove it through another angle.
Well, I agree with you there. Your Honor?
Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call a witness to the stand at this time.
Oh, Edgeworth, please, let's get this going. Please, let's just get this done. Oh, well, that's fine.
However, this witness is a little...
Oh, don't do it. Don't do it to me.
Edgeworth's stuttering. It's not like him at all.
Unusual. Well, what sort of witness is this person, Mr. Edgeworth?
Don't do it to me. This witness is one who is perfectly fit to answer once and for all the questions of who was it that hired Shelley to kill her to commit murder.
That's impossible. Who in the... No such person exists who can answer that question with such certainty.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth.
Who is it? It's probably not who I'm thinking of, but purely because they were mentioned, I fear who this is.
It is. It's,
Yes, go on. Who is it?
the man himself, Mr. Shelley the Killer.
Ah, Mr. the Killer. Oh, wait! Shelley the Killer? You mean the killer? I mean, the assassin?
Yes, Your Honor.
He's coming here, to the witness stand.
Well, yes, in a manner of speaking. I recognize that this is a very unusual circumstance, so I ask for your permission.
Well, Mr. Wright,
Yes?
is this all right with you?
I have a choice here. I can't really do much else to drag the trial out. The defense has no objection, Your Honor.
I wonder if it really is all right to do this.
Very well, then. The prosecution calls its witness to the stand. Larry Butts.
Edgeworth, is there no other way left for us?
Now then, witness. Your name and occupation.
I gotta save if I hear thunder. Wouldn't want my power to go out again. Okay, so a part of me was thinking maybe they'd bring the clown back. Wait, who is this? Is this Gumshoe? No, well, Gumshoe's got in an accident.
Very well, sir. My name is Shelley the Killer, and I am a professional assassin.
I say. What is going on here?
Your Honor,
How can you remain so calm? What is the meaning of this two-way radio?
actually, Your Honor, it was delivered to me just now, and it came with a condition. As long as we do not trace its source, Mr. the Killer will testify to this court.
So this must be what urgent phone call he got earlier was about.
Oh no, this will not do. I cannot allow this in my court. First of all, we can't even be sure it's really Mr. the Killer himself.
Witness, please present some sort of proof that you are in fact Shelley the Killer.
I understand. Please wait a second. I'm so hungry.
I'm so hungry. Maya! Maya!
A voice. Oh wait, a voice. Mr. Wright, can you confirm anything from this?
The defense has no objections to this person. We are satisfied that this man is indeed Shelley the Killer.
It looks like we have run into yet another unexpected turn of events.
This sucks. It's so funny, but come on.
Well, it doesn't seem like we have too many choices under these circumstances, so...
Now then, witness, there's one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything.
And what would that be?
At the request of a client, you killed Mr. Juan Corda, is this correct?
It is as you say. I did indeed kill Mr. Corda.
Now that we have answered that, let's move on to the name of your client.
Very well. It was all just a bad dream, yes? That's it. A bad dream. Sally the killer. What is he going to say?
Wait, so this is actually the guy. Like, this is him for real, right?
There's something I must state. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. And that is the reason I am here today on this witness stand. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give you the name of my client.
Mr. the Killer seems to be a very clever man. I'd almost say he seems to be mocking us.
Well, he may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor. Mr. the Killer is only stating the truth. He is no hypocrite. He has always stood by this one belief.
You mean about this trust between his client and himself thing? It seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me can comprehend. Well, Mr. Wright, are you ready to cross-examine the witness?
Yes, Your Honor. There's no way to know what's coming next, so stay cool and collected, Phoenix.
Alright. We gotta speak to the walkie-talkie. He's just standing there, menacingly.
It's a big radio.
We can hear anything you have to say later. Can you please just tell us your client's name?
I don't think you understand your place, Mr. Attorney. I said this is something I must first state. Do you know what the word first means?
Sorry, go on.
Well, it appears this is one witness you can't badger, Mr. Wright.
That's only because you don't know about my situation. You know, I feel like we could have filled in the judge. Like, you know, Phoenix and Edgeworth roll him as like, hey man, we got a thing going here, so we need you to, like, you know, work with us.
You're like, I understand. What exactly am I understanding?
The trust between you and your client.
I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. If too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome.
Well, we all know your face.
That is why you're testifying in this manner.
This is the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the killer name so my client can trust me.
Wait, he just confessed. He just said his client's on trial.
Well, can someone stab you in the back and break your trust?
It has never happened before, but if it ever did,
Yes.
the person wouldn't be my client for very long. They would certainly...
That's enough, please, no more.
Very well, this was only a hypothetical anyways.
That is the reason why I am here.
Alright, I'm gonna stop the stupid. Nah, I'll keep it going.
That seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I would think this is... I would think that this would be very bad for them.
You know, if we presented evidence, this guy can't see it.
It doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted out outside of their prescribed role.
The role.
This person tried to implicate another in the crime in order to save themselves. I call that cowardly and and this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven.
Who gave you the right to be so high and mighty?
To the gentleman who spoke just now, excuse me, but would you care to die?
No, I didn't say anything. You're chill, you know. You want to go for a game of golf after this?
The judge had better watch himself. Which is my wish.
I understand, so please tell us the name of your client.
I'm afraid I cannot do that. I still have a few things to say before I do.
That egomaniacal.
It's not good for your health to be so aggravated. You won't live very long if you let everything bother you.
That's coming from an assassin, making this less comforting. I don't really care about all this extra fluff. Just tell us the name already.
impatient. Try to calm down a little. It's important to try and understand his mindset. He seems very steadfast and close to you. So close. And close, so you're going to have to work to get him to talk. I'm not a therapist, you know? We have to present evidence to a walkie-talkie? What am I even supposed to do here? Not like I can exactly just be like, hey, what do you think about this? Well, I can't see that. You know, I'm just a walkie-talkie, you know? Trust between you and your client. I provide my services in a fast manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet. These are the roles and duties of an assassin. I'm sorry, but I was wondering about something you just said. You said that your client had already broken the rules. Yeah, the radio does move.
A person who frames another is the worst kind of human.
And that's why you feel you can betray this person.
I have no trust relation with a client who can't understand their assigned role.
That's my luck. An assassin with a conscience. Who would have figured?
Now then, everyone, do you think you can understand my logic?
This case just keeps getting better and better.
If you can't, then I'm afraid we can't proceed.
Everyone understands your point, I think. Really?
In that case, I believe I am prepared to disclose the information you seek.
You have made it crystal clear that you value trust over all else. I believe we are ready.
Excellent.
Wait, what?
What is it?
I can't bring myself to ask the client's name.
If you can't ask it, Mr. Wright, then I will. Witness, what is the name of your client who requested the murder of Juan Corda?
That person's name is...
It's just sitting there.
Adrian Andrews.
What? What? Witness. That's not what you told me. It was earlier.
Pray tell, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? I should think I know my own client, and it is Adrian Andrews.
What? This can't be on the phone earlier.
What's going on here?
My guess is that Mr. the Killer just stabbed Mr. Edgeworth in the back.
Stabbed Edgeworth in the back?
I'm sure in order to get an audience with this court, Mr. the Killer told him a different name, Matt on guard, perhaps.
I knew it.
This is outrageous. I was deceived. This witness is telling a serious lie.
But you were the one who summoned this witness.
You Shelly the Killer.
My testimony is the truth. The defendant at the moment is Matt on guard, am I correct? All I wish to do is help procure his acquittal.
Wow. All of a sudden, it feels like we can actually win this.
Yeah. The prosecution has failed to provide a motive and has instead provided the suicide note, which is a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there is a possibility the defendant himself knew it was a fake. But most definitive at all, we have heard from the assassin himself the name of his client. Mr. the Killer's client who requested the murder was not the defendant at all.
No.
With all of this evidence, it is obvious to me that this means that Mr. Matt on guard is innocent.
I seem to have caused you all a bit of confusion. Please, continue your discussion and call me when you have reached a verdict.
Beep. Bailiff, please bring Miss Adrian Andrews in immediately.
Now, with the way this is going, Engard will be found innocent. This may be our last chance to save Maya.
Yeah, but Edgeworth is right. The killer is lying. And Engard, my client, I know he's guilty. And I live with myself if I win this.
Who would have believed that the prosecution's own witness would have absolved the defendant?
Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Shelley the killer is certainly lying under oath.
It wasn't me. Listen, everyone, please. The testimony just now, it was all one big lie.
Miss Andrews,
The suicide note may have been fake, but that man, Matt, he's the reason Celeste died. And Juan's death, it was all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. The testimony just now, you have to believe me, it was a horrible, horrible lie.
But Mr. the Killer himself has testified. He has named you as his client.
No, that's not true.
Also, there's quite a bit of evidence that points to you. The knife and the button, donning the Nickle Samurai costume.
But that's...
You even have a motive. We know that Miss Celeste impacts was a large part of your life. You wanted to follow her, and you wanted revenge against the two who hurt her. I would say you have plenty of reasons to want them both dead.
No. Mr. Wright! You know the truth. Tell them. Tell them the story, the reason the killer is, tell them. Please, help me.
yes, I know the truth.
Mr. Wright,
Yes, Your Honor.
I believe we have reached the end of this trial. Therefore, I ask the defense for any final words or opinions.
I have to decide. Do I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya? Or do I throw this chance away and wait for Gumshoe's new evidence? What am I supposed to do?
Request the trial continue. I have faith in Gumshoes.
Phoenix?
I can't do it, Mia. I can't accept a not guilty.
You are a lawyer.
I know, but the man in guard is a killer. A murderer. I can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. If I let Miss Andrews be convicted, then I am no better than in guard. And even though I don't want to admit it, I have to face the facts. That is because of Mr. Edgeworth, or because of Edgeworth that I now know the real truth. He could have gotten in guard convicted so many times over, but he never took a single one of those chances. If I take this verdict right now, I'd be betraying his trust. His trust. I never thought about it until now. I trust him?
Yes, you do.
Mr. Wright, your opinion, please.
The defense requests that we be allowed to further question Mr. the Killer.
Am I hearing you correctly, Mr. Wright?
Right?
But that witness has cleared your client through his testimony. Your job is done.
And I'm not done yet. To see through witnesses' lies and find the truth. That is my job, Your Honor. There's still more evidence to look at. And I'm sure that once those pieces arrive here in this very courtroom, a miracle will occur.
Very well. The trial will continue. Mr. Edgeworth, please reestablish connection with Mr. the Killer.
Right away, Your Honor. Oh God, he's back.
Has a verdict been reached?
Before that, we would like to talk with you a little more.
About? What do you need from me? What's the name of my client? What else could you need me for?
Well, actually, we would like to hear everything you know about this case. That is, how things are usually done.
What is he talking about? Usually done.
But what shall we have him testify about now?
Mr. the Killer, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail.
You legal people in your procedures. Is it any wonder no one likes to go to court?
About my client, part 2.
As I have already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. My
client did it to frame another for the crime. While pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene, Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Corrida was dead. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and button. The fact is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules.
He didn't mention the wine glass, though.
This is the most unexpected turn of events for the 5th time. However, this time, everything has finally been revealed.
Just a second, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth?
We still have the cross-examination to do.
But you don't need to question testimony like this. Do you, Mr. Wright?
Your Honor, the defense will question the witness. As if I have a choice here.
Huh? Why? What this witness has said is nothing but beneficial to the defense's case. If you scrutinize the testimony, then
I'll expose the lies in that oh so beneficial testimony, I suppose.
I don't understand what's going on anymore.
That makes the two of us. I feel like this case is just really dragging at this point. We're literally just buying time for Gumshoes. He's probably running on foot right now. It took him 20 minutes by car. He's probably booking it.
I gotta go, pal. You can't stop me, police.
What is it, Mr. Wright? The thunder is getting stronger.
If I press him the wrong way, it might raise suspicion on his end. I have to do something to waste more time. Witness about requesting a hit.
Yes?
How much is your fee?
I see you're also quite a dark-hearted man, Mr. Attorney.
Huh?
If you would like to talk business, we can do so after the trial.
Oh, no. I'm not thinking of hiring.
Mr. Wright?
Yes?
You want to kill me. You want me dead, don't you?
What? Why would you think something like that, Your Honor?
Guilty. Mr. Phoenix Wright, you are hereby declared guilty.
Witness, let's continue. Why did you disclose the name of your client? They are your client, are they not?
You want me dead.
I would think that most people wouldn't be able to overlook a person hiring another to kill.
If I had a problem with such a thing, I wouldn't be very effective at my job.
Yeah. Well, a change of an occupation might be good for you.
However, I will say this. Even though I am the one that does the deed, my clients are always the real guilty party.
Yeah, because, well, it all kind of comes to how you think about it, I guess. Because if you think about it, like, the assassin is just the tool, right? Because, like a knife is a tool for the killing. And, you know. So if you look at the assassin as a tool, and yes, theoretically, the guy who hired the killer is just using the tool he has. I don't know. It's all too deep.
That goes without saying, Mr. the Killer. And their fate is to live with the knowledge of their guilt on their shoulders. However, my client this time thought that they could run away from their guilt.
My client did it. I said it. Are you talking about the button and the knife?
Yes, and my business card.
Ah, this card.
So that no one could waste their time, including the police. I always make a point to make things make things as easy as possible.
You truly make things easy.
My business card makes it very easy to identify who carried out the service.
He's pretty devoted to his work.
But it is required everything to go and stab the deceased with a knife. Even hide my card from sight. That is something I cannot overlook.
Ooh, it's really hard to tell if he's being truthful or not without him being here. If he was here, or if he does show up here, when we get this case solved, it would be so funny if, like, his, like, shocked reaction, like, animation, was the stitches down his face splitting and he, like, peels like a banana. So you're saying most clients wouldn't do such a thing?
That is correct. Usually, most people try to create an alibi for themselves.
I know it's alibi.
If you should use my service, Mr. Attorney, I would suggest you plan for your alibi, too.
No, I already told you. I have no intention of ever using your services. Ever. Because he keeps looking at me like I'm the one on trial here. Dude, the judge actually thinks we're out to get him. That man over there, he wants me dead. From the very beginning.
That is correct, from before my client visited the room. All of my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times.
I wonder if that's really true.
That's odd.
But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and button. So, why do you think your client did that?
What do you mean by why?
Well, fiddling around at the scene of the crime is pretty risky. Why would someone who has requested a murder go to the crime scene?
That is true. I assume it was probably done to frame Mr. On Guard.
If that's the case, then why didn't the person just request that you do it?
Sadly, that is not possible.
Huh?
My job is to kill, that is all. And to leave my business card behind naturally. The business card is so my clients may escape blame. To protect them, it is my duty. Even if they say it's for revenge, setting someone else up to take your fall.
Hold it! And that's all you have to testify.
Yes, and I pray that I will never be called to the stand again.
Again? Isn't your plan to continue?
I must, as I have yet to find a person to take my place and become the fourth successor. Actually, how would you like a new life, Mr. Attorney?
Ah, Phoenix Wright, Ace Hitman? Let's go.
Excuse me?
No. I'm fine, really.
Are you really now?
What kind of man the judge thinks I am now. What are you going to do now, Mr. Phoenix? Or Phoenix? I keep putting Mr. behind everything because everybody refers to each other as Mr. All I can do now is expose the lies. That's true. However, you realize that it would be very bad for our client, right? I'm so confused. But the one thing I know for sure is I can't let this trial end yet.
Alright, what do we got?
Well, he says here Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that the one with Corda was dead. But didn't she explain it like she came in, she saw him in the corner, he looked tired, so she poured him a glass of wine, or a glass of tomato juice, which he doesn't mention at all. He never mentions the wine glass.
My God.
Thank you so much for taking the time to testify, Mr. the Killer.
What is the meaning of that attitude?
When Adrian Andrews entered the victim's room, your client had no idea that Juan Corda had been murdered.
But how? How do you know that?
From this wine glass, Your Honor.
The glass?
Mr. the Killer's supposed client thought Mr. Corda had only fainted, which is why this glass of tomato juice was poured from the victim.
But isn't that just a part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plans?
That is not possible, Your Honor. This glass bears the fingerprints of that person. Had this been planned, they would have never left their fingerprints behind.
I see your point. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion?
Strangely enough, I had the same exact thought just now. Witness, how do you explain this strange phenomenon? Isn't this a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail? It's not a very important point anyways, correct? Tisk, 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 Mr. Man. I'm afraid you were mistaken. If Adrian Andrews really knew, or really is your client as you claim, then your client should have had knowledge of Mr. Corda's death. If not, then that can only mean that Adrian Andrews was never your client at all.
It's a big radio.
How strange.
Yes?
Why is it that the attorney has yet to raise an objection at this absurd situation?
Phoenix? If the killer figures out what we're up to, we're in real trouble. Yeah, I know. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm surprised. God. You know, you can't say things like that without any evidence.
Sorry.
Well, that was an awfully weak objection for the two of you.
Anyways, I am positive there was a contradiction in that testimony. The prosecution requests further testimony concerning when the request was taken.
Very well. Oh, I didn't speak into my hands.
Right now, I have to buy us more time. While we wait for the items the killer left behind to get here, I just know that the very outcome of this trial lies with those items.
Well, doesn't the outcome really rely on saving Maya? It's...
This request came to me, about a week ago. It was a request for my services on the night of the award ceremony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. That is what occurred. I trust my memory, and I believe I have made no mistake.
So you physically met your client,
That is correct. Meeting one's client is the first step to building trust, in my opinion.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
Oh god, dude, this trial's dragging. We get it. Gumshoes, just get here. Hold it! 1 week ago, are you sure?
Yes, I am quite sure. I, of course, had my own preparations. And I was barely able to...
Okay, I'm done doing the hand thing.
And I was barely able to finish. When you request my services, Mr. Attorney, I hope you will keep that in mind.
Please, stop.
In any case, my client this time had a very specific date and time in mind.
A specific date and time? It was a request for my services. Did you ask why on the specific night?
No. I try to fulfill all conditions of my client's requests. But as for why, I only had my suspicions.
Oh, your suspicions, huh? Let's press a little further. So what are these suspicions you had? Why did your client request that night?
I'm sure it was all for the bear.
The bear?
My client spoke of it. I'm sure there will be a bear-shaped figurine in Juan Corrida's room. I would like you to retrieve that item for me.
You must be talking about this bear puzzle.
Inside that figurine was a suicide note. Naturally, the victim brought it with him to his hotel room. He was planning to publicly disclose its contents at the press conference after all. That is correct. And if I had not done the job that night, I would not have known where the bear figurine was.
I see.
Well, Mr. Wright, what was the testimony, or wasn't the testimony just now of any importance? It's very important.
The testimony just now has made one thing clear, and that is... the client knew the secret of the bear figurine. Huh? Why is everyone so quiet?
Mr. Wright, I think all of us already knew that.
Oh, really?
Witness, please continue with your testimony.
Wait, how would he have known? Hold it! So you physically met Adrian Andrews, right?
Of course I did.
What was that? What was that? What was with that brief pause?
Oh, I'm pressing further, buddy.
Witness, I would like for you to give us a few more details.
I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I have never taken a request by telephone or mail. And why is that? That's because I value the trust between a client and myself above all else. And that is the only way to establish that is to speak to my client while looking them in the eye.
Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance?
It was very important. Of course, it was very important, Your Honor. If Mr. the Killer had met his client before the murder, then it's unlikely he is mistaken.
So you're saying that his client really was Adrian Andrews?
I guess so.
You see, it is just as I said.
I'm so lost. Who the heck am I supposed to be helping here? Calm down, Phoenix. Think carefully and relax.
Now then, will the witness please continue?
What?
figured I was on the right track there. Did I call out everything yet? Am I stupid? We met at a certain bar to discuss the finalizations. Hold it! So you physically met Adrian Andrews, right?
Of course I did.
What was that? Well, guess we'll run it again.
Why is that?
That's because I value the trust between a client and the people. While Mr. Wright was his testimony any importance, I changed my mind. I don't think it was important. I think it was a whole bunch of nothing. Why he meets his clients is not important. And that wasn't the point. Witness, please stop sidestepping my questions.
What? What do you mean by that?
My question was, did you really meet Adrian Andrews in person?
I've already told you, Mr. Wright, I did. It was only through talking with him face to face.
Brother. Not everyone's perfect, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to point your attention to the him.
It's face to face that I began to trust him. That's when I thought I can trust this person as a client.
It's true. What they say about talking face to face. Well, Mr. Wright, is the testimony now just of any importance? It was very important. If I heard what I think I heard just now, then I think I've got him. Your Honor, I believe the testimony just now was of the utmost importance. Really?
If that's the case, witness, please include the statement just now in your testimony.
Very well. From the moment I saw him... Oop, sorry if that was loud. Sounded loud to me. Hold it! What? Mr. DeKiller, last I checked, Adrian Andrews was a woman. I guess I have no way to verify this, but... Well, if I'm going to assume, as we know now, that was not how it turned out, correct?
What do you mean?
Adrian Andrews turned out to be a client who couldn't stick to the rules, right?
Well, yes, I suppose you are correct.
So I'd like to check one last time. Are you sure your testimony is accurate?
That is what occurred to me. I trust my memory, and I believe I have no mistake.
So, how do I call out the him specifically? Probably just throw out Adrian Andrews' profile, right? Because does he think Adrian Andrews is a dude because of the name? That's funny. What the heck? Bro got 2 profiles. I would like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at a bar and took the request at the time.
Yes, that is correct.
And that's when you thought he was trustworthy.
How many times must I repeat myself? Yes, that is correct.
I'm sorry, but that is an impossible tale.
What?
Shelly the Killer. You have never met the real Adrian Andrews.
Why would you say that?
Because you made one very big slip-up. About her.
So what is the issue? She refers to herself as a dude, a chick, who cares? It's 2023. Are you assuming now, Mr. Wright? Wait. What did you just say now? About her?
If you had ever met Adrian Andrews in person, one look would have told you that she is a woman. He busted. Order! In the court, Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this? This witness testified to the following, that he always meets face-to-face with his client when he's taken their request. But he's never met Adrian Andrews in person.
Yes, Your Honor, that is exactly the point. That means Mr. DeKiller's client could not have been could not have been LeBron James.
What the heck? Mr. Edgeworth, I understand your logic on this one. However, why is the walkie-talkie leaking grease? Why would the assassin make such a basic mistake?
I believe it has to do with her name, Your Honor.
Ah, I was right. Her name?
Yes, Adrian Andrews is without a doubt a very
androgynous...
it's a bilingual name.
Yes, I see.
Unluckily for Mr. DeKiller, the entire time he was on the stand, no one stated Adrian Andrews' gender. and so he simply picked the wrong gender to go with.
What? What is going on?
See, I made the same mistake. It was back when Andrews was first introduced. I had to, like, present something or something, and they said Andrews, and I was like, who the heck is Andrews?
Charlie the Killer, this court demands an explanation.
I think somehow I must have mixed up this client with another. So does that mean you remember something different now? Yes, of course, please, if you would allow me to testify once more.
I know he's just going to spit out more lies. God, can this case stop dragging?
Very well, by this time, please give us the truth. And nothing but the truth.
God, Gumshoes, hurry up, man.
Yes, now I remember. I took that request by mail. There have been many times when I took a job without having met my client. The request was for the murder of Juan Corda and 2 or 3 small things. When I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought my client to be the man. Or to be a man.
So you took this job through a letter.
He didn't mention anything about a letter in his earlier testimony, which means he is definitely lying. Be careful, Phoenix. If you break the assassin's testimony completely, it's over for us. I know, and I can't make him suspicious, but I think we're okay. Like, we can do this. As long as he's standing there across from me, no matter how strong of a punch I throw, he'll counter it.
Now then, let's begin the cross-examination.
Well, I know I usually do this in order, but the thing that caught my eye was the third thing. The request was the murder of Juan Corda and 2 or 3 other small things. What do you mean 2 or 3 other small things? 2 or 3 other small... He literally said the same thing I did. 2 or 3 other things?
Yes.
And what were these other things?
A few other things that have nothing to do with this case.
What should I do? Should I let him slide with that? It'd be really bad if I pushed his buttons the wrong way and he got mad. Well, the rule of law. Never pull out. Whether or not they're related to this case or for the court is to decide.
Mr. Attorney?
Yes?
Everything I've said from the beginning has been nothing but beneficial to your client.
Oh, I think I forgot to save.
Which is why I wonder what is pushing you to continue with this cross-examination. Could it be that you are planning to betray your own client?
That's...
I smell the stench of a backstabber, and should you turn out to be one...
Wait. No, this is looking really bad. I shouldn't press my luck, alright? I have to think this is worth pursuing. Again, the rule of law. Never pull out. Witness, this is a very important matter. Please cooperate and tell us what these other jobs your client requested were.
If it's truly that important, I suppose I don't have much of a choice. The bear figurine.
The bear figurine?
After the assassination of the target, I was to find that figurine. I was told that this job was just as important as the actual killing.
And where was that figurine?
It was inside Mr. Corda's suitcase.
And then what did you do next?
I handed it over to my client right away.
You gave it to your client, interesting.
That information certainly sounds important to me. Witness, please include what you just stated in your testimony.
As you wish.
One of these things was to find a bear figurine.
Well, let's call it out.
I found this figurine at Mr. Engard's mansion. If you gave it to Miss Andrews, then what was it doing there?
I was waiting for her there. That was also part of the plan to frame Mr. Engard, I'm sure.
That makes a lot of sense. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any problems with this piece of testimony?
There's a contradiction. Never pull out. So the killer says he gave the figurine to Miss Andrews. But I know somewhere in that statement there's a contradiction. And yet, I know that if I present something trivial here, he will cut the connection on his end. If you want to make a strong point, Phoenix, you have to present strong evidence. She's right. So now what? Dr. Wright? Wait, why am I Dr. Wright now? Witness, Let's go over this one more time. You gave Miss Andrews the bear figurine, and she told you to take the bear and wait for her at the Unguard mansion. Is that correct?
Yes? Where are you going with this?
Well, I think maybe you might have remembered a few things incorrectly.
You ever drink water and it gets splashed back at you? It's messed up, man.
What?
This is a battle of wits. I can't let up on him. I don't think it's impossible for Mr. Andrews to have been the recipient of this bear.
It would be the suicide note. Right? Because she kept implying she was gonna burn it. Had she gotten her hands on it. But because the note's still here, she didn't get it. Because she knows how to open the bear as well. So if she knew the note was in there, she would have just opened it, burned it, and moved on about her business, right? I don't have anything else, right? Because, like, none of this other evidence really makes sense for Mr. the Killer over here. It's like these last evidences, I feel like, are going to be the most important.
Take that!
Shelly the Killer! If you had really given the bear to Miss Andrews, then this item should not have been inside.
This item? I see where you're going.
Yep, that's where I'm going.
Where's everyone going? I need to pack a suitcase. We're going to Hawaii. I'd love to go for a good swim. I can't go fishing anymore. Because, well, you guys arrested my old friend.
Your Honor, please take this back to Miss Andrews' testimony.
Or think back.
And I was going to burn it for her sake. Okay, so I was right. If even for a single minute, this bear had actually been in Miss Andrews' hands, I'm sure she would have taken the suitcase or suicide note and burned it.
Order, order, order! So that's where you two were going.
So by the very fact that the suicide note was still inside the bear, it tells us that your client didn't know how to disassemble the puzzle.
Which means...
It means, Your Honor, that it is impossible for Adrian Andrews to be the client.
Order! Order!
Mr. Wright. I'm sure I mentioned this before. How I hate traitors above all else. I think your cross-examination has clearly demonstrated something to me. You must wish to break your end of our agreement.
No, that's not.
That's enough. If that is your intention, then there is only one thing for me to do.
Oh my god, is it gonna be his yelling that gets him caught?
Oh, wait, please.
Gentlemen, ladies, please excuse me. I have a matter that I must attend to.
Hold it.
No, please. Not that, please. Wait.
Mr. Attorney, bring this trial to a speedy end and I may stay my hand otherwise.
Ah! What in, Mr. Wright? Are you? Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, Your Honor.
I didn't understand this witness's outburst just now. Do you think there is a need to hear more testimony, or is this enough?
Well, we should.
Edgeworth, we can't do this. If we keep this up, Maya, she'll...
Prosecution,
Well, what has come over everyone? Even you are.
Prosecution rests.
What is going on around here?
The prosecution has no further questions, Your Honor.
What? What?
I thought it was about to hit me with a to be continued. I was gonna say, I swear to God.
Well, I never thought I'd see the day. This is a most unusual situation. If the prosecution rests with no further questions, and the prosecution has failed to uphold its stance. If that is the case, then even though I am reluctant, I must believe that Mr. the Killer's testimony is accurate. That would mean that Shelly the Killer is the client is Adrian Andrews. Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor. Dude, he can't see anything. Just wave a hand at him and be like, wait, hold on.
If I end the trial here, right now, and your client, Matt Guard, would be declared innocent. And in his place, Adrian Andrews would be charged with murder.
Well, shouldn't have dressed like Zero Suit Samus.
Miss Andrews, charged with murder.
The prosecution has no further questions, so we will now hear the defense's final remarks. Bailiff, please bring the defendant Matt on guard to the stand.
The item from the killer's hideout didn't make it in time. We tried as hard as we could, but it looks like our time has run out.
I can't believe it.
The outcome now lies in your hands.
You know, I was like, this trial will probably take like an hour, maybe? No.
Dude, did the old guy finally decide?
To be honest, I can't think of you as a truly innocent and good person. You have done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. But, at least, on the charge of murder, it appears you are innocent, I guess.
Yeah.
Dun-dun. So I guess even the old fuddy-duddy figured me out.
Mr. On guard.
What an atrocious lawyer I have, giving his own client up like this. Isn't that refreshing like a spring breeze crap? It's just an atrocious, don't you agree? Anyways, get on with it and pronounce me innocent already. Right, Mr. Lawyer?
Should I side with justice, or should I save Maya's life?
You better get in guard, guilty sentence, okay?
What? If I did that, Maya will die. But if I say he's innocent, then Miss Andrews will be charged with murder. If I say he's guilty, or not guilty, either choice I make, someone's life is going to end. All hinges on what I choose.
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statement on this matter. The person who hired the assassin was Adrian Andrews. And your client, Mr. Mattengard, is innocent.
There's no need to ask, old man. After all, my lawyer is going to say that what I won, aren't you? Right?
I can't do this. But I have to decide something. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart.
My client, Mattengard, is
guilty. We're waiting for your answer, Mr. Wright. Mattengard, your client deserves an answer.
I'm sorry. Mattengard is...
Oh, God.
Franziska von Karma!
What are you doing here? Ow!
You see now, don't you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? This is exactly why you should never take your eyes off that scruffy fool.
Oh my God, Franziska found her. Or found him.
Did you bring them? The final pieces?
Do you have them? Wait, could I have presented her when we asked that originally, and would we have, like, contacted her?
Do you have them?
You should know better than to ask that, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. Von Karma is perfect in every way. The evidence here is perfect, or in perfect condition. Don't you worry about Scruffy. He's fine and his injuries are minor. All of the items are inside this.
What a filthy old coat this is.
That's Gumshoes. I can spot his tattered rags anywhere.
I apologize for its ugliness, but there was nothing else I would to wrap the item in.
I fought long and hard this whole trial. All for what is inside that raggedy coat. I'm sure that inside that coat lies a crucial piece of evidence. Your Honor, inside that filthy coat are the defense's final pieces of evidence.
Your final evidence? The trial is already over. All that remains is for me to hand down my verdict. I do not believe that any evidence presented now would change the outcome of this trial.
What?
Your Honor, it is our duty to examine every piece of evidence, down to the last. I request that Miss Von Karma be allowed to present these pieces of evidence.
No. I suppose you are right, Mr. Edgeworth. I grant permission to do so. However, this one obvious rule applies here. If these items do not bring up any new points, they will be not accepted by this court. Now, Miss Von Karma, if you please.
These pieces of evidence are items left by the killer during his escape from the police.
He must have been in quite a rush.
Yes, Your Honor. The killer left 3 pieces of evidence.
Somewhere among the evidence we're about to see, there will be something that will turn this whole situation around like a miracle. And I'm sure of it.
This is all we can hope for. The first item is a pistol.
Does the killer's pistol have anything to do with this case? No, it doesn't. More details are not needed. And I'm pretty sure there was no gun involved in this case. Oh wait, Francisca's shoulder. There's no real benefit to hearing about it. Please present the next piece of evidence.
The second piece of evidence is this videotape.
I bet the killer took the photo, or took that from Mr. Engard's mansion. Have you checked the contents of that tape?
Unfortunately, there was no time to. Oh yeah. But I would speculate that this tape is very important.
Why would you say that?
Because he came back to his hideout for it.
That the killer went back for it?
That's right. It looks like he was trying to recover it. He injured 3 of the officers at the site. Well, somehow it looks like they managed to protect it from the killer. Shelley the killer is no ordinary man. The last piece of evidence is this bellboy's uniform.
Is that a uniform from the Gatewater Hotel? Was that used during the crime?
I'm almost certain it was. There's even a pair of black leather gloves in one of the pockets.
There's no doubt about it. The killer was wearing this on the night of the murder.
There's one thing I found interesting about this uniform.
And what is that?
There was a button missing on this uniform.
A button?
It's a very unique button. I'm sure if we were to recover it, it would provide us with an interesting clue.
Bellboy uniform added to the court record.
That is all I have to present, Your Honor.
It's just as I thought.
And what is that, Your Honor?
I'm sure were we under normal circumstances, these items from Shelley the Killer's hideout would be very important clues. However, our question is not, who did the killing?
It is, who is the client?
Yes, that is correct. And these 3 items do not tell us anything about that. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Von Karma. You may step down. Wait, Your Honor. Please, allow me to examine this new evidence. Overruled. This court already has all the evidence it needs to hand down a verdict.
Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. This judge is such a brilliant man, isn't he?
It is really the end.
Phoenix?
I knew it. There's no such thing as a miracle in this world, is there?
I think you're wrong. I think they do exist. But you have to make that miracle happen. You've come this far, you can't give up now.
But no matter how you think about it, it's...
Try for my sake. Just think about it for a second. There are 2 ways out of this situation for us.
The 2?
The first... Make Engard wish from the bottom of his soul for a guilty verdict.
Huh?
The killer will always place his client's wishes first. If Engard himself wishes to be convicted, then he will let his hostages go.
That may be true, but... that's asking me to do the impossible.
The second way... Force the killer to end his contract with Engard. If the killer were to no longer think of Engard as his client, then he would let Maya go.
Yeah, that's even more impossible. Let me save the game. He's a man who values his duty towards his clients above all else.
I know both of these seem like impossible feats at first, but if you could make either one happen, it would truly be a miracle.
The bigger problem is, the judge has already said he doesn't need any more evidence. The pieces he was just shown, he's not accepting them.
Phoenix, think things through from the other side. Isn't that what has always worked for us?
The other side? What does she mean? You mean, to turn things around?
Phoenix, the judge says he doesn't need the evidence. If that's the case, then who does need it?
The person who needs the evidence.
The defense, prosecution, and the judge. We've all seen the pieces of evidence, and that is how we have come to know the truth. But there is one person who has yet to see them all. And that person does not know the truth. That truth, it may be what will bring about the miracle in the end.
There's no objections in the court, or objections this time, correct? Now then, I'll pronounce my verdict.
Why, we all respectfully sit back and listen, kids.
I have already told you, Mr. Wright. This court does not need any more evidence.
I'm not saying it is us that needs the evidence, Your Honor.
Then, you want to show the evidence to that person?
Yes, Your Honor.
Wrong person.
Yes, Your Honor.
Please, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, for you to ask with such passion, I will grant you one chance. One singular, minuscule chance. You mess it up, you're dead.
One chance.
You show your evidence to who you think is the right person.
It's impossible to turn this situation around in one try.
One try. That is all I will permit.
I have to try to remember everything that has happened up to this point. Think, Phoenix, think. There must be a way to save Maya while taking a guard down at the same time.
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's not waste any more time. Who would you like to show the evidence to?
Beep 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 boop 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 boop.
Well, obviously it's Maya. Who's the one person to show the evidence to? Beep 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 boop 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 boop. What's the evidence we got? We got a gun. Nothing else is known. Is it because I didn't question further? We don't know anything about it? Uh-oh. One of the items retrieved, the killer violently tried to recover it. Content unknown. Worn by the killer on the night of the murder, one of its special buttons is missing. Who would you like to show this evidence to? Oh, it could be literally... I don't know. Did I save before this? I think I did. I don't know who would want to look at this. I mean, Shelly the Killer is like, he makes sense, I guess. But, I don't know. Who do I present? I mean, the only person who makes sense is Shelly the Killer, right? Because we pull him up, and because the evidence is all his, so why wouldn't we call him up?
Am I crazy? I'm gonna commit to my gut. I think my gut's got this.
I see. And now, tell the court what one piece of evidence you would like to show. Oh, great.
Probably the tape, right? Because we don't really know much about it, right? Because the bellboy's uniform doesn't have anything to do about it. But we don't know anything about the gun. Screw it, I'm going.
Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth?
I think there is some merit in showing this evidence to that witness.
Bailiff, please bring in the transceiver from earlier.
Alright, it looks like I can manage to convince him. Maya, she's okay, right?
Didn't I tell you to concern yourself with bringing about a speedy end to this trial? Now, if I understand correctly, you wish to show me one piece of evidence.
Yes, one is all I need. I have here a videotape. It was found at your hideout. I heard you injured 3 officers in your attempt to get it back.
That was most regrettable. However, it was an order from my client. I was told to protect that videotape.
I thought so.
I'm afraid I seem to have failed in that regard.
You know the contents of this tape.
I was sternly told by my client to not watch it, so I have absolutely no idea.
Actually, you are on this tape.
Me?
There was a video camera hidden at the crime scene. Oh, right. Because he was going to try and... Because... Oh, God, my brain. It was when he revealed his identity, right? He was like... Or, not the killer, my client, Matt on guard. When he revealed, like, the scar or whatever, I think he was talking about how he wanted the evidence just in case the assassin tried to blackmail him, so he wanted to blackmail the assassin. There's a video camera hidden at the crime scene. Your reactions were being recorded.
What?
Is that true, Mr. Wright?
Who was it that planted a camera?
Well, the only person who could have placed a camera at the scene of the crime would be your client, naturally.
That was Adrian Andrews.
Be quiet and listen, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Your client specified a place and time for you. Isn't that right?
Yes.
That was so they could film you.
I had no idea. Mr. Wright, why would my client do such a thing? I would like to know why.
Why did Matt and Guard film the crime scene? The reason why he did that is might take it out of this whole mess. There's only one reason why your client would secretly film the crime scene. They wanted to see Juan get his. Wanted to blackmail you. Didn't trust you. They wanted to blackmail you. Your client once told me something very interesting. Okay, so he did say it. I wasn't crazy in imagining things. We were talking about you, and this is what they said. Aha, I was right.
But I'm no weakling. I don't believe in anyone, least of all an assassin. You know, come on now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. Yeah, that's where the video comes in. With that, I can keep him at bay and even blackmail him if I want.
Your client didn't trust you at all. They were thinking of using this video to blackmail you. And then we're going to play the tape, and it's going to be the Teletubbies. What do you have to say to that, Shelly the Killer? Aha!
It looked like I was being deceived from the very beginning.
Yes, by natural. That is the kind of person they are. Your client is a person who only thinks and plots of how to use the people around them to protect themselves from any and all dangers that may arise. That is the true nature of your client.
I have one question for the witness.
Yes?
You told us one thing numerous times during your testimony. You said that you detest traitors most of all.
Yes, that is right.
But what if that traitor was your own client? What would you do then? That's obvious. I would break our contract in that case. And then, that client would become my next target. For the honor of their killer name, even if it takes an eternity, I would follow that person to the ends of the earth to exact my punishment. Tisk, tisk, tisk. I see. That's all I wanted to know.
So the traitor becomes the killer's next target. Ah, I get it. This is how we'll turn this case around.
Mr. Wright,
Yes?
my contract with my client is over as of now. I seem to have a new job on my hands. I will now return to you your precious item.
What the? I'm not an item.
Beep.
I thought I'd never see you again. Oh, thank goodness.
This trial appears to have come to its conclusion. However, I am sort of... Don't quite... Ah! Miss Von Karma, where did that...
She always has you in her sights. Now, I do believe it's time to finally hand down a verdict.
Oh, you're sweating now, buddy. Off to jail with you, Mr. Ungard. It looks like somehow you got what you wanted. You will finally receive the acquittal you wanted so badly. You should be happy.
But before that, I would like to make one final statement. Sometime in the near future, one very betrayed assassin may appear before you. Needless to say, that man is very good at what he does. I'm sure you would understand what I mean if you watched this video.
Help me.
Now then, Your Honor, the verdict, if you please.
Is this alright with you, Mr. Wright?
We have finally reached the end of a very long battle. Whether he's convicted or acquitted, there is no escape for him. Go on, Phoenix. Plead whichever way your heart tells you.
Alright, Chief. So is there like a difference? Does it matter? You know, I'm gonna save, and for the heck of it, I'm gonna say he's innocent. Yeah, we're at the end. I'm gonna plead not guilty. Congratulations, Mr. Matangard. Please make sure to savor every moment of what little time you have left. Your Honor, as always, the defense pleads not guilty.
Very well. This court finds the defendant Matt on guard.
Hold it.
Please wait.
What's the matter?
If I get it not guilty, I'll be killed. I'm no, guilty.
Man has some sharp fingernails, what can I say? As always, it looks like we haven't covered the real truth.
Hey, I don't remember you helping out in this.
Mr. Edgeworth, how's Matt on guard?
I've left Miss Karma in charge of his incarceration. I'm sure he's getting a full-course meal of whip leather right about now.
Very good. That was a close one, wasn't it, witness?
Yes, I plan to pay my debt to society for my own crime, Your Honor. The first time I was called to the witness stand during this trial, all I felt was despair.
She must be talking about the time Edgeworth really went after her. I guess she's trying to forgive him for what he did.
This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. If you're going to say you would choose death, that is no concern to me.
But after that, when I was alone at the detention center, that's the first time I really saw myself for who I am. And today, when the two of you used your combined strength to convict Matt, I felt like I had finally been saved.
Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen her smile.
I'm really happy that you were in charge of this case. I really don't know how to express how I feel at this moment. This is the first time I've felt comfortable with myself, with who I am. Thank you so much, everyone.
It looks like we have resolved everything at last. As for myself, there's still a few things I'm confused about, but everyone seems to be in good spirits, and that is good enough for me. Ignorance is bliss, they say. That is all. This court is adjourned.
March 23rd, 5:14 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Thank God it's finally over. You were great out there, Phoenix.
What I did out there was right, wasn't it?
This is the first time you've not gotten your client off. You got them a guilty verdict this time, but you have to look past all that to what's really important. You now realize that there is something more than just getting a not guilty, right?
Yes, I understand now.
Phoenix, think back for a second. Think to the moment before Miss Von Karma arrived with the final piece of evidence. Think about the incredible decision you had to make.
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statement on this matter. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. Should I side with justice, or should I save Maya's life? My client, Matt on guard, is...
Is he guilty, or is he not guilty? Those were your choices then, and your answer spoke to what being a lawyer means to you.
Right.
Edgeworth?
I have good news. Maya's now safe in police custody.
Really?
The Pales.
You're telling us the truth, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, she's quite safe. She's on her way here as we speak in a patrol car.
Yo, Mystic Maya is safe! You did it, you really did it, Mr. Nick.
She punches deceptively hard for a kid.
I believed in you. I kept saying to myself, Mr. Nick will save her, Mr. Nick will save her. Whee!
Thanks.
Oh,
What's wrong?
Miss Von Karma.
Oh, God. That earlier, thanks.
Ah! Why are you still smiling, Mr. Phoenix Wright? You lost. Your perfect win record has now been crushed. And you're with the rest of us. You suck. And yet you are still happy.
I don't think you'll ever understand, Miss Von Karma.
How dare you?
Don't worry. She may in time, after all. I was like that myself until a year ago.
Edgeworth?
For my own personal victories and for my guilty verdicts. I used every dirty trick in the book, and so my win record remained spotless. But the man appeared and stood fast against that selfish me. I fought him in my usual manner and tasted my first defeat. I felt like I had lost everything because of that. And then it was my turn to sit in the defendant's chair. And I was saved by that person I called my enemy. I couldn't forgive myself for all that had happened, so I left the prosecutor's office. And I left that note. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death.
As well you should have. A prosecutor who has shamed himself with defeat should crawl into a hole and die.
But that was not what happened. After I left the prosecutor's office, I finally came to the realization of something. And it was in that moment of clarity that everything began to change.
What foolish nonsense.
We prosecutors use anything we can to attack the defendant, but every time we did so, no matter how desperate the situation, instead of giving up like most people, that man would hold strong with his undying faith. And then, before I knew it, I began to trust in that man as well.
What? You trusted your enemy?
It doesn't matter how many underhanded tricks a person uses. The truth will always find a way to make itself known. The only thing we can do is to fight with the knowledge we hold and everything we have, erasing the paradoxes one by one. It's never easy. We claw and scratch for every inch, but we will always eventually reach that one single truth. This I promise you.
The truth?
Yes, that's the reason why prosecutors and defense attorneys exist. But I'm sure you knew that already, didn't you, Wright? That's why you couldn't forgive me. This man who went into hiding, isn't that right? This man who only had his sights on victory, who ran away and into the night.
Ah! Is Mr. Edgeworth right, Mr. Nick?
You really let me down. When you disappeared, I felt betrayed. The reason I decided to become a lawyer to begin with is because I believed in the thing you said to me all those years ago. And you betrayed your own words. That's why, 1 year ago, I made up my mind. I decided that the Miles Edgeworth I knew had died. And at least, that's what I told myself.
You pathetic fool! Miss Von Karma? I don't want to hear the wretched whimpering of a disgraced loser. Of Von Karma, someone who is destined for to be perfect. Miles Edgeworth, you are no longer worthy. You are no longer worthy of being a Von Karma. And neither am I. It's over. It's all over.
Franziska threw something on the ground just now.
This is an electromagnetic receiver.
Isn't that the thing she uses to track Detective Gumshoe?
I'll return this to the precinct later. There's something else.
Ah, isn't that Miss Von Karma's whip?
I'll never set foot in another courtroom again. I'm sure that's what she's saying by this action. You should keep this, right?
Okay.
Nick!
Maya!
Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
Friendship.
Smile times. Oh, Nick, I knew you would come through. You got a guard convicted, like I knew you would. And on top of that, you even rescued me.
Well, of course I did. You know I would never desert you. And we sure pressed our luck this trial. You're really lucky to be standing here.
Whatever. Look, it's over, okay? Besides, if I did croak, I would just come back and haunt you like a bad ghost through Pearly.
See, that was my thought process. I was just like, even if she dies, she's still gonna exist. We can't get rid of Mia, and she died like a year ago. Is it really that easy to do something like that? Like, asking for a friend? I don't want to be haunted.
Thanks a lot, Nick.
Don't mention it.
Maya?
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth.
I'm relieved you're alright.
Hey, it looks like you've made some real progress, Mr. Edgeworth.
Well, I suppose I'm a little different from who I was a year ago.
All right. I think it's time we go out of this depressing place.
Huh? Where are we going?
Food, Nick. Food! Grub, chow, I'm starving. I'm so hungry even you look like a nice juicy burger on a bun to me, Nick.
You think I look like a burger? I'm a prime rib at least.
Come with us, Mr. Edgeworth, please.
If you insist. As long as I'm not paying.
Alright, so how about we hit up our usual burger joint?
Don't be silly, Nick.
Huh?
This case messed up that awesome evening and got in the way of my gourmet food. So I've decided that we have to make it up by having another feast.
Another feast?
Come on, Nick. Food!
Me hungry. Me want food now, Nick.
We went back to the hotel. March 23rd, 7:38 p.m., Gatewater Hotel lobby.
Oh, geez, Gumshoes.
Hey, pal. Sorry to keep you guys waiting.
You should, like, not wear your coat often. The coat makes you look bigger. Gumshoes, are you alright?
Oh, yeah, I just got a little bit of brain damage. Yeah, but I'm really embarrassed. I didn't think I would hit a telephone pole of all...
You hit a telephone pole? You hit something that wasn't moving? Yeah, he's got spiky hair. Telephone pole. It wasn't a red light that got him.
Why are you here? You did it again, city boy. I felt like my dear old heart was going to give out on me, and I ain't joking.
Yeah, it was more...
I forgot he was even on the stand.
It was more exciting than the very last episode of the Steel Samurai.
Thanks.
Now, looky here, Mr. Snooty Prosecutor. Don't you reckon you bullied Mr. Wright too hard? If you don't start being a lot nicer to him, he might just kick it. Yet tonight, even.
I'll keep that in mind.
Well, come on now. Everyone gather around. Y'all are going to get your picture taken by a genuine professional photographer.
Looks like Lila bought herself a new camera.
Well, pal, at least we can put this messy case behind us now. Come now, tonight's all about eating, so let's chow down, pal.
Amen to that, pal. Amen. Hallelujah.
You know, when you think about it, you were the one who saved the day, Detective. Huh, me? You really think so? He's right. If it wasn't for the 3 items you took, I think this trial would have had a very different ending. Ah, well, you know, it's... Huh? Wait. That's odd. When I ran off with the thing from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir.
What? 4?
Yeah. I'm sure I put one of the items in my coat pocket.
There was a 4th item.
Now, come on, y'all. It's over. Well, hoo boy, I tell you really are something else. Between getting accused of murder and getting kidnapped, never a dull moment with you, huh? You think so?
Why does she look so happy about that?
But being shut away for 2 whole days, weren't you scared? Yeah, it was really scary. I felt so hopeless. So to keep my mind off things, I drew a picture. Sounds like you had it rough, gal, so where's this picture of you? Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see Mystic Maya's picture. You know, I don't know where it went. Aw, that's too bad. Well, it's alright. It wasn't anything important.
It was just my fanfic of Phoenix Wright. Ah. It sure is nice to finally see them both smiling again. Uh-oh. Beep beep, beep beep, beep beep.
Huh?
What is it, Edgeworth?
This thing is picking something up. Ah, that's Miss Von Karma's receiver. Thanks to her, I had the most awful experience of my life, sir. I can't believe she's stuck.
She's about to show up. She's gonna show up with his coat.
I can't believe she stuck a tracking device on me. That's odd. Even though you're standing right here. The tracking device seems to be in a different location. Oh, it's probably busted or something, sir. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm afraid it's about time for me to excuse myself. I still have some work to do.
Huh? But Mr. Edgeworth, you haven't even eaten anything yet.
And you've eaten way too much, you glutton.
I had fun tonight. Now if you'll excuse me.
Wait.
What?
I just want to say, thanks, Edgeworth. You really saved me out there.
If anyone should be saying thanks, it should be me, right?
I feel like words alone aren't enough here. I wonder if there's anything I can give him to express how I feel.
Give him my badge.
Oh. Yeah, screw it. I don't know what to give him. Here's my badge.
What's this?
It's my way of saying thanks.
I see. Well, it's the thought that counts.
I guess I'm not very good at this showing my appreciation thing.
You don't need to thank me. It was only doing my job.
I wonder what you were supposed to give him there. Probably the bear.
Looks like Mr. Edgeworth has left, Mr. Nick. Hey, Mystic Maya. Yes, Pearly? I guess you two can go back to being lovey-dovey, right? You and Mr. Nick, I mean. Pearly, would you cut it out already? You're embarrassing me.
Nah, we're fine.
So who's paying for this lovely dinner party?
As if you need to ask. Everyone say thank you to Nick.
I'm sure I still have my badge.
Huh? Yeah. I'm kinda at the point where I can't even buy instant noodles, pal. So I kinda already put your name on the bill.
Huh?
Hey, I got me a situation just like that myself. There's this camera shop in this hotel, see? And I just bought myself this good old beauty here. It better be anyhow for 3,000.
Huh?
Actually, I reckon you bought it for me since it's on your tab and all. Isn't this great, Mr. Nick? You're in debt. Yeah, Nick.
I suddenly feel like screaming.
Aw, you don't need to hold back now, you hear?
Yeah, pal. Time to let it all out.
This is going to be the first time I hear the real you. Go on. It's been a while since I heard you say it. I've been busy being a hostage and all.
Alright then, if you say so.
Freedom!
Good timing too, because my throat was starting to hurt. A little bit.
You really came through for me, Nick. I had to hide that letter, but I knew you'd find it. I really feel like I've been living on the edge lately. I mean, I've escaped death 3 times now. Pretty cool, huh? I feel like a pro.
We just get a black void for this credits? Last time we had, like, something.
I'm so happy that you could save Mystic Maya, Mr. Nick. And I'm so happy for the 2 of you. Speaking of which, I think this hotel's a popular place for honeymooners. So I sort of made reservations for the 2 of you, just in case.
You're a child. How do you know about this?
Well, pal, it looks like I'm back on the force again. Mr. Edgeworth had a long talk with the chief, and he got me reinstated for my sake. I heard he said things like, letting that one go is a bad thing for the agency. I knew it crashing headlong into everything is the only way to live, pal.
Well, at least he's got a job again. Maybe they'll give him back his pay. Oh, this lady.
I'm Maggie Bird, and retiring this uniform as of today. I'm going to be a waitress from now on. And bring smiles and joy to the people who come by my restaurant, sir. I hope you'll stop by sometime, Mr. Wright.
Yeah, they need to get Gumshoe some pay. Man almost died to save the day. Maybe he can afford more than instant noodles.
Yes, I here to visit a patient. Yes, I'm the director, Hottie. Recently, that girl, I haven't seen her around, yes. But I remember if I even laid so much as an eye on her, it would go crack. I didn't matter if it got whipped, though. Yes. Oh, no.
The man who only showed up twice. It's time to begin our quest of world circus domination, sweetie. And to let the world know we are serious, I plan to make a fabulous fight in Zimbabwe.
Hey Max, what do you think of Zimbabwe is like? Do you think there are castles made of cake and bunnies who can talk?
Well, I think if any of them were talking bunnies, even they wouldn't laugh at most jokes.
They just had to throw the circus in there, you know? Oh, God. Well, I'm ready. There's no way these jokes are gonna fall on deaf ears. I'm gonna be more contemporary with my humor. Bow girls represent.
We've got our new act all worked out. Prepare for the Hallelujah chorus. Say something, will you? You're supposed to start this off. Get on with it. This man's got his hands in my pants.
What's this? Drat, it's just an ordinary electric razor recharging on its stand. I can't believe this. Really? How long do they plan on making me do this? Oh, but it's Edgy Poo's idea, so that means it must have a deep meaning. But why do I get the feeling that they wouldn't forget about me, would they? It was never like this in the old days. Everyone thought the world of me. They used to call me Queen Wendy and treat me like the royalty, and the man is going to feel the pain of my heel, and it's going to be fun. Where they stored the scene or it'll burn the light. Ding 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 bing bing bing. I appreciate everything you and Mr. Edgeworth did for me from the bottom of my heart. Oh, that's right, I received a letter from Miss Von Karma. She said that after I get out, I should feel free to consult her about anything at all. I'm really thankful to have met everyone.
Once I get out of jail. Who else could be left? Oh.
It has become difficult for me in this country. As such, I will take a short leave of absence. If you would like to request my services, please be sure to visit my homepage. May we both be blessed with longevity. Bleh.
I was really expecting them to catch him, I'll be honest. I didn't think he'd get away. March 23rd, 9:42 p.m. International departures, gate 12. Uh-oh. Who's leaving now? Where are you going, Francisca? How did you know I was here?
With this.
That's...
I heard you were planting things on a certain person. Things like tracking devices in his coat, for example.
That's just like you. I only planted it there because he was always wearing it. He never took it off. This filthy drab coat of his. I don't know how it ended up in my luggage. But it's going in the trash, I promise you that.
Oh, that's right. Speaking of that man, he told me something very interesting. When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir.
4 things?
It seems he put the last one in his coat pocket.
He put it in here? It doesn't matter anymore. The case is already over.
What are you going to do now?
That's none of your business.
Are you running away?
Shut up! You don't understand a thing. You can't possibly understand what it means to be a Manfred von Karma's daughter.
Francisca?
So many expectations from everyone around me. Expectations I must fulfill. I'm expected to win no matter what. And failure, such a thing is not an option for me. My father was a genius, there's no doubt about that. But he was a genius at forging evidence. But me, I'm no genius. I've always known that. But I had to be one. I had to.
You may not be a genius like your father, but you are a prosecutor. You have been and always will be.
No, I'm not. Not anymore. I've even thrown my whip away.
Right. You were supposed to give me the whip.
Oh. Well. How was I supposed to know? You haven't changed a bit. You've always left me alone and walked on ahead without me. Miles Edgeworth. I've always hated you. And then, finally, my chance to take my revenge on you arrived. If I could win against that man, if I could make Phoenix Wright bow down in defeat, then this girl you left behind would have risen higher than you. That was supposed to be my revenge.
I see.
You know I can't do it. I can't change who I am. I can't throw away everything I've been until today.
I believe you can. Just like how Adrian Andrews did.
Adrian Andrews?
You were going to use her during the trial, right? But you were dependent on your father by using his tactics, isn't that right? Today, you chased after me, after I left you behind all these years. And that's why we're standing here now, side by side. But I have no intentions of stopping. If you say you're going to quit your walk down the prosecution's path, then this is where we part ways, Francisca von Karma.
Oh. I am Francisca von Karma. I don't think I'm going to walk in your shadow forever. Our battle begins now. So you'd better prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth.
Yeah! Phoenix Wright.
One day, someday,
I'm sure we'll meet again in battle. Until then, this last piece of evidence that never made it to you, I'll take good care of this fourth piece, so I can give it to you when at last we meet again. And then it cuts to... That's the picture she drew.